crapola. There was no audio the whole time. I'm so sorry. Dang. I thought I was quiet, but no, I was not quiet. I was muted. Sorry. So the whole time, I was just updating the list. I just had, the moment that I jumped on camera, I realized that I had not updated the list of who was going to be read today. And so I was just mumbling to myself as I was, doing that, and you couldn't hear me. But luckily, you missed nothing. All right, I see lots of cheers going on, so let's zoom up here. Writer says that they have a church thing today. Will only be on for a little bit. Fair enough, but it is great to have you while we have you. Hello, Arith. Thank you for the cheer, Norman Gray. Come on, zoom up. Thank you for the raid and the cheer, Death said. Always going the extra mile. Yep, and then you guys don't have any sound. Hello, Decoy. Hello, Marks. Wading through commercials. swim through the ads. Alright. Whoa, I think somebody just did a nice, big, beefy cheer. Let's get down to that. Oh, kitty. What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, don't step there. Don't step there, little baby. I see a level 1 complete. I assume that's a hype train. Thank you for the cheer, Makokam. Yep, mutter. Ah, that's the big cheer. Thank you for the nice big cheer, Ghoulish. Everyone's pleased to hear kitties. Nice. Oh, cat. Do I really have to let you out? Will you not stop meowing until I let you out? You want to settle down? What do you think of your brother, Bella? What do you think of him? 85% of the way to the first unlock. That is what I like to see. And there's a little bit more from Makokam. That is awesome. All right. So, oh, I should have, well, I guess I didn't have time, but FYI, you do have new emojis and new stickers, so you can actually clap and drum roll in the stream chat, even if you don't have Nitro. You can still use the stickers. And then there are also more new emojis for you to peruse. I do plan to make the flesh horse one also a sticker, because I think it's a little too small to see. But I need Arachnor's help before I can do that. But yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, you see those. Yes, there are moth emojis as well. Moth-mojis. Yes. But we've also got, I guess I can just talk about them. We've also got, a writing moth, a reading moth, a gaming moth. We have 2 bow stickers. We have a pointing bow, or not sticker, but emojis. A pointing bow and a curious bow. And then we also have a sneaky little lag goblin for you to post in the chat when lag is happening. And then we have the flesh horse obliterating a lag goblin for you to post when lag is happening. Or just when you want to vanquish your enemies. Where you going, kitty? Where you going? Baby cat. My goodness. Yep. Hello, Reinkarnitor. Lurkin, yes. Emoth G's. Oh, yeah, that's better. Emoth G's. I love that so much. Yes. I was considering telling you about my manga debacle this week, and if you guys want me to, I can, but I think that maybe I should save it for the next Hollow Knight stream, because I need things to talk about during the Hollow Knight streams, but, yeah, I had a manga debacle this week. Dico, oh, I do love a good manga debacle, yes. Fair enough, Raider, fair enough. Well, glad to have you while we have you. Yes, so... I don't know, I'm all discombobulated, but yes, so welcome everyone. If you are new here, here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is usually a phrase of some sort that is submitted by supporters and ultimately voted on by everyone. Then we write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and then post it to the Discord. And then 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And for our encores, they can be unlocked through cheering, which you guys have already done so wonderfully. Well, at least you've cheered. I don't think you've unlocked anything quite yet, but you're very close. So we have a calculating wolf, a calculating Mako, and a calculating death's head. Are you meowing? You want in? Come here. Come here, cat. And they will help calculate when you have unlocked an encore, because I don't have an encore bar. I don't know how to program that. Or get somebody to program it. And... Kitties, what are you doing? Come here. Come inside. So they will calculate when you have unlocked a story, and we have 4 to unlock, and that is much appreciated when you guys do that. It is appreciated by the people who get unlocked, because who doesn't love having their story read on the stream? And it is appreciated by me, because that helps put food on the table, and I like food, and so I greatly appreciate that as well. And the stories and the guaranteed submissions are from supporters. So to become a supporter, you either go into the, is it called shop or subscriptions? It's called shop. Okay. You go into the server shop in, I guess it might be different on the phone. I'm not sure. But on the desktop, it is called the server shop. And you can look at my packages. The $3 tier allows you to submit prompts to the prompt channel when that comes along. The $5 tier allows you to do that, and also to get into the guaranteed submissions when you post your stories. You also get access to multi-posting if you so desire that. And then we have the $10 tier, which allows you to the first prompt that you submit gets automatically added to the final vote. And I haven't really been using it because I don't really know what to do with it, and people haven't been asking for it, but you absolutely can request this. If you would like a tag for your universe, and if you are a transformed one, a $10 tier, then you can request that, and then I'll make you a tag for your universe. Kitties, where are you? Just sitting there, I guess. Little loafs, looking out the banister like I'm there, but I'm over here. Server shop is not available on mobile. I feel like I've seen server subscriptions. Yeah. Can you guys see that? So, like, do you see the little server subscriptions thing? So that's where it is. That's what it is on mobile. But yeah, so there's that, and the Twitch subscriptions are the same. So if you would prefer to subscribe through Twitch, then you can do that, and the $5 tier gets you the same perks, but you also get some emojis from Twitch if you do that, and then the $10 tier is also the same. Twitch also has another, like a $25 tier, and I don't know if people would go for that if I gave it a better perk. Like, I've considered stuff like, I don't know, like having me edit your stories or something like that. But, so if you have ideas for a $25 perk, or like something you'd be willing to pay that price for, let me know, and I can do that. But right now it is just there. But yes. Yes, from 194. I like food. We like food, yes. Haven't had that yet. Alrighty, yes. It has been 2 weeks. Thank you for bearing with me. I had this terrible headache on last Saturday. It was very strange because, like, oftentimes if I wake up with a headache, either it stays bad, like it really, really sucks, or if it's gonna get worse, it gets worse really fast, or it gets better. But this time, like, I felt kind of fine. Like, I kind of felt like, I don't feel great, but I feel like I can get over this. And then as time went by, I just kept getting worse and worse, and I was like, I don't actually think I can stream today, which I was very sad about, especially because it means that our April Fool's thing didn't actually fall on April Fool's week. But you did get 2 weeks with it, and you guys seem to be taking advantage of that, so hopefully you appreciated having 2 weeks with that special prompt. But anyways, our prompt for today is Lost in Translation. That is one that has been fighting for the top for quite a while, and it today is its day in the sun. It was a very interesting prompt. Very curious to see where people went with this one. So without further ado, let me show you the list for today. We have Arith Winterfell, Makokam, myself, and Mysten Noire. Then we have Azo. I hope I remembered your name right, because I was just, like I said, copying it earlier. But Azo, who's a debut, a new person, Reinkarnitor, Spectre, and Nice Day. Interesting. Right up there with Eldritch Girlfriend for a longest running prompt in the running. I feel like we've had some other prompts that have been in the running longer, like Sacred Geometry, I remember was a big deal back then, that like people were talking like it had been submitted for years and stuff like that. I'd be curious to see which one has been submitted the most and never had a day in the sun. Yes, so since the Synthesis of Flesh and Metal, I know Deus Ex Machina is another one, but I think Eggsy was the one who submitted that, and he hasn't been around for a while, so it hasn't been submitted. But hey, maybe somebody else can carry on the tradition for that one and get it one of these days. But yes, let us begin, and then tell me when we unlock stories, and remind me to bold these. Okay, so we want to not show the comments. Yes. All right. Can confirm any of my prompts are years old. Yeah, very fair. Alrighty. Let's begin with Arith Winterfell. Arith, if you would like to say how you want to be toasted or ask any questions about your story, don't hesitate to tell us. And the toasting thing, I talk about critiques in terms of a toasting scale. So if you just want praise and no critiques, that's white bread. If you want a little bit of critiques but mostly praise, that's golden toast. Medium toast is just say what you're going to say. It might be more critique, it might be more praise. It's just be honest about whatever you had to say. Dark toast would be more critique than praise, and then reduce me to ashes as I only want critique, no love. Just regular toasting. I'll work on coming up with questions. All right, very fair. Let us begin. Salvation by Arith Winterfell. It reads, "Give us salvation," said the wizard Marcy to her fellow adventuring companions as they stood before a tall angelic statue and looked at its inscription. The statue's face was twisted in an expression of agony, its mouth hanging open in a silent scream up toward the overcast sky. Andos, the soldier, stared at the creepy statue as fog rolled in over the graveyard. That's not the usual sort of statues you see in old cemeteries. Normally angelic statues are weeping or blessing the dead in some fashion. Are you sure you're reading that old inscription correctly? Asked Andos. Marcy frowned. Well, it is faded, and this is, well, she shrugged, a vampire country. The grizzled cleric, Adoman, finished. Maybe that's why? This place was built right around the time that battles were being fought and lost that led to this area being taken by the Eldrin vampire lords, Marcy added. Still, this is where the old man's map leads us. The treasure must be here somewhere, Andos muttered. A portion of the dense fog around them coalesced into a figure dressed in black robes. Andos quickly drew his sword. I assure you the treasure is here. You finally arrived after all, said the vampire as corpses shambled out of the mist around them. My servant, the vampire continued, did well delivering the map to you, and in turn delivering you to me. I felt leading you here was appropriate in its own way. Don't worry. Marcy will be a valuable new servant to me. I will save her from this mortal coil. The adventurers raised their weapons as the zombie horde surrounded them. Blood is life, after all, and we bring our own kind of salvation, said the vampire. Throw out those tailloids and tentacles for the story if you loved it. Ah, that is so ingrained in my brain. You can't stop here. This is bat country, swings fly swatter. Nice. What is that? The writer says, next time mine makes it to the stream, I'm going to say Trogdor the Burninator for toast level. What character is that? Yes, there's some moths and tentacles. I'm glad to hear that, Arith. Yay, really good reading. Loved the vampire voice. Great to hear. I also, FYI, I practiced these stories on last Friday and Saturday. So I apologize if my reading might be a little less smooth than it usually would be because it has been a week, but yeah, so I'm glad that that was not the case here. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. But yes, this was a fun story. I love me some vampires. You're always gonna get points with me using vampires. And it's definitely a more simple use of the prompt, I think, but it's a very effective one in my opinion. I guess let's just begin. So the beginning is great. So like I love this contrast between, it says give us salvation, and then it's this horrifying screaming statue. I think that brings some intrigue all from the beginning. I like that. I am curious who made the statue and why it is that way. Like, if it's the mortals crying towards God and the vampires are like, oh, like, you asked God for salvation. Well, we're kind of gods and we are here to bring you salvation. Or if it's like, they're crying towards the vampires of like, hey, we're suffering as mortals, please save us. Or if it's like made by the vampires and they're like, hey, like, come join us. So like, this is you. Like, you are the screaming person. We save you. that kind of thing. But it does say give us, and so it seems like it was probably made by the mortals in one way or another. So I'm kind of curious why it is that way. I do like this too. Like that's very, very true. That usually the statues are more somber and like praying and weeping and stuff. Of course, I can't think of weeping angels without thinking of Doctor Who, but I think it is what is common and why it was used in that. This statue definitely makes me think of Bloodborne, the statues in Bloodborne, how they're all kind of like horrifying and stuff, but they are kind of like around churches and stuff. What happened? What is Twitch doing? Are we lagging? Thank you for the cheer. And thank you for the cheer, Magister Ireland, too. Cheering for our favorite nocturnal sanguivorous monsters. That's awesome. I've never heard that before. Sanguivorous instead of carnivorous blood eaters. The Weeping Angel Miracles. I've never heard of that. Okay, good. Thank you, Norman. But anyway, so yes, great description of the statues and definitely paints a picture. So I like the introduction of Vampire Country. I was not expecting it, and I enjoy being like, ooh, we're in Vampire Country. Things just got interesting. But at the same time, there's a little dissonance to me going from like, okay, like the inscription, it says, give us salvation. And they're like, are you sure that's correct? And she's like, well, it's faded. And this is, well, Vampire Country. And to me, like, I might not be translating it right, and this is Vampire Country. I don't really see the connection. Like, it almost sounds like it's saying, well, it's faded because a vampire scratched it off or something. I don't know if it's the sort of thing of, like, Spanish, like Spanish in Spain versus, like, Mexican Spanish, that kind of thing, where it's, like, this is vampire language, which is similar to our language, but not close enough to, like, totally understand or translate it correctly. But, like I said, I don't feel like I quite get what the connection between I'm not sure I'm translating it correctly, and I might not be translating it correctly because this is Vampire Country. I don't really see that. So, this line right here, it is a little thing, but it is actually the line I have the biggest issues with in the entire piece, which is actually a compliment because it means that it's a small thing, and so I don't have that much to critique about it. But this part did really stick out to me for 3 reasons that are different, but all kind of end up being the same. So the first problem is I keep reading that as abdomen. I literally almost read it as abdomen today, right now. If you notice that I paused for a second, it's because I almost read it as abdomen today, even though I literally knew that it was not that, because it just looks so close. And so I would just, first of all, maybe like tell you to give some pause on that name. Maybe pick a different name that doesn't have that issue. Because like it's one thing if it's like, oh, this name is kind of similar to a word, but the fact that I have read this story multiple times and I know that's not what it is, and I still almost read it like that, to me the connection is inescapable. And so I think if it were me, I would pick a different name that doesn't have that issue. The second thing is that Adomen and Andos are very similar. And so I thought that when I first read it, Adomen was the long version of Andos. And then the next time I read it, I realized, no, this is a different character. So first of all, that's another reason that I would say that maybe you should choose a different name, is because like having too many letters that are too similar close to each other is a bit confusing. I think picking a more different name would be helpful. The other thing about it, and this is actually I think my most substantial critique, which is that you have 3 characters in the story, and one of those characters has a single line. There are no other lines that make it clear that there is a third character. It is just like the group, the hunters, and stuff like that. And so if I were you, for this short, like, of course it could work in a novel, but for this short story, I would just keep it as the 2. Like, if if there are going to be 3, but the third character only has 1 line, it really doesn't seem worth it to me to have that third character there. Even if they are there, like, in the full version, in the novel version, that's totally fine. Just for the short version, it adds some confusion that doesn't need to be there. So either I would make his presence felt more, give him some more lines, give him some more action that is clearly, hey, there's the third character. Or just take him out and give that line to Andos. And so that, like I said, it would avoid a lot of confusion that I ended up having. So this line here, I do think this information is important, and it does make me curious, but the way that it's conveyed is a bit clunky, especially with battles were being fought and lost that led. Battles were being fought and lost that led to this area being taken, especially with they were being fought and they being taken kind of thing. And so I think that at least changing it to, this place was built right around the time that this area was taken by the Eldrin vampire lords. Just cutting out all the battle stuff and whether they're fought or lost and what was taken, just saying, this was built around the time this area was taken over. Another thing you could do is, like, have Marcy go, this place was built around the battle of, and then name the battle, like, the battle of this, right? And then the other person can go, which led to this area being taken by the Eldrin vampire lords. I think that could flow a little bit better as well. So that you're not saying we're fought and lost and led and being taken all in one sentence. I added a paragraph here because it's going from Andos quickly drew his sword to somebody talking seems like Andos is talking, and so it needs to be its own paragraph to make it clear. The person talking it has no relation to, not no relation, but it is not Andos drew his sword and now he says something. It is Andos drew his sword at the figure. Now the figure talks, kind of thing. I do like the vampire's introduction. I do like this line of, oh, I assure you, the treasure is here. Like, no, you are not lied to. There is treasure here. And I only realized this on my reading today, but I always thought that it was, the treasure is here. It's me. I'm the treasure. Vampirism is the treasure. What's the, why am I blanking on it? But, like, maybe the real treasure was the vampirism that we got along the way, or something like that. But I realized on this reading today that it actually might have a double meaning, where one is like, yay, vampirism, I will save you for this mortal coil, and that's the treasure. And then the other option is that he says, the treasure is here, you finally arrived, after all. And so he might be going, your treasure to me, like, you thought you were here to find the treasure, but actually you were here to give me treasure, and that treasure is you becoming a vampire, my servant, you know? I like the reveal that the old man was, the servant of the vampire. I think that's great. I am curious why they pick Marcy specifically. Because, like, and it could be easy to explain of, like, oh, yeah, they need a caster, or something like that. But it definitely not so much as trips me up, but it definitely gives me pause where I'm like, why her? Why not all of them? Like, if you need a servant, you got 3, why don't you take them all? Why just Marcy? And so I feel like having, either given a little bit of something that explains why he only wants Marcy, or just saying, don't worry, you will be a valuable servant to me in this short version, so that, because, like I said, like, in the long version it probably does matter, assuming that this has a long version, but in the long version it probably matters, but in the short version it doesn't really matter that it's just Marcy, and so you can just say you, and we are left to wonder if this means all of them or one of them. And then you here as well. So don't worry, you will be a valuable servant to me. I will save you from this mortal coil. That sort of thing. And I really like the ending too. It feels very action packed. It's like, all right, we're getting ready. And then it's like, yes, we bring our own kind of salvation, and answering the translation error, very similar to the treasure error, where it's like, ooh, that is interesting. Because I definitely was thinking when I first read it that the treasure and the salvation were the same thing. But if my latter interpretation is correct, that would be interesting too, where it's like, I will give you salvation, you give me treasure. The treasure is you, the treasure is, the salvation is vampirism. But I do like that. I totally feel like, you know, him smiling creepily and putting his hands together kind of thing, and it feels very, very epic. It doesn't feel like the climax is left off to me. It feels very like, all right, here we go, kind of thing, and I like that. I am curious what you guys think of the prompt use. If you are very satisfied with like, yep, it's lost in translation, we didn't know what salvation was, or if you feel like it kind of became a sub-point in the story and was then less interesting maybe, or dissatisfying. Curious what you guys thought there. I should have asked that first. But let's see what you guys have to say. Oh, I see. Ghoulish's issues. He was trying to cheer and it wasn't working. Thank you for the next cheer. Arith, vampire country question. It was mostly that vampire culture is somewhat alien to other human cultures, so the thoughts are maybe the angel is screaming because of some weird idea of vampire art. Well, I guess are you applying it to both the screaming and the translation? Because the line was very specifically like, are you sure you're reading it correctly? This is, well, vampire country, so I might not be reading it correctly. So is that basically saying, like, their culture is very alien, and so both in terms of why the statue is screaming and because of, and why they might be mistranslating it is because, like, the culture is so removed. It's one unlock and 5% to the next one. Thank you, Deathshead. And thank you, everyone, for successfully unlocking Az's story. A Doman line. Actually, I imagined something like 4 adventurers, but simply didn't have the space to fit more characters in. But I'll keep in mind changing up the cleric's name, though. Yeah, fair. I definitely, when I read it, I definitely only got the impression that there were 2, which actually makes it work slightly better that it's only Marcy. The more people that are there, the more odd it is that he only wants Marcy. Yeah, like, I guess, like, I guess you might have to literally say the number 4 to make that clear if they're not all going to talk. Or you need to abandon that, just have the 2 of them talk and you know, not care if people don't know that it's 4. But, like, you could say, said the wizard Marcy to her 3 fellow adventuring companions, you know, I think would be the only way I would know for sure, other than them all talking, that there were 4. Clinky battles line. Oh, good idea. Perhaps having Andos comment on the battles and the wizard Marcy clarifying about Eldrin conquest. Yes. Need someone to play chess with for eternity. That reminds me of Arachnar's story about playing chess with death. Treasure's here. Also, the hero says food is the treasure, blood is life, and all that. Ah, yeah, I didn't catch that. Yeah, blood is life. It's not just my blood will bring immortal life to you, Marcy. It's you will bring life to me. I guess the reason I didn't think that is because I thought they were zombie food. Like, I thought he didn't really care about eating them, like, drinking their blood. It was just like, yeah, hey, undead hordes, hello, zombie servants, you can have your food. I get a new servant. That's kind of how I was interpreting that. Yeah, roll for initiative. That's totally how the end feels. Yes, translation is iffy because it's vampire country and the culture is alien. Got you. I think Wolf is answering my question about the weeping angel thing over there, but I don't want to click on any links and read stuff right now. So if you want to summarize it for me, I'll read your summarization, but otherwise I'll have to look at that later. But yes, this is a great tale. Arith very much enjoyed it. Let us go on to Makokam's story. Let me check on the kitties. Hello. Hi. She's outside the door, but she ain't. I think she's pretty chill. Yay, thanks for the reading. Glad, well, I was about to say glad to hear you liked it, but you didn't say you, well, I guess you did say that you liked my reading earlier, so glad to hear you liked it. Hope it was a helpful critique, and ignore anything that wasn't. All right. My Light. Chronicles of the Dragon, Crystal Moth, by Makokam. My people can control light. We can generate, store, manipulate, and solidify it. It is a part of us. Each one of us can release our light in a way that is unique. It's something my people came to view as an expression of our soul. I remember people saying that long ago it was how we'd find our partners. But now it's considered something we shouldn't show to anyone but our partners. I never found anyone on my home planet. Nighthawk is a great person, though most people think he doesn't take things seriously, or that he's secretly a person who likes hurting people. But once you get to know him, you see neither of these are true. He wants to keep people from being scared or anxious. He wants to make sure fights end quickly and decisively, to keep damage and danger low. He cares deeply for everyone. He made special efforts to make me feel welcome in the group, to help me adjust to life on a new planet. He made me not feel alone. We became close, and despite him being so dim and with such strange eyes, I found myself becoming romantically attached to him. And he felt the same about me. As time went on, our emotional intimacy became physical intimacy. There were people who thought it strange, since we were different species. With effort and patience, we were able to defeat our differences, and we were accepted by our team and others. The longer we spent together, the more certain I was that he was who I wanted to spend my life with. I needed to show him my soul. I told him I had something truly special to show him that night. He was excited, but seemed to think it was going to be merely the usual intimacy, with some additions. When I displayed for him, he was odd, but he didn't understand. He thought it was a trick, something I created by choice. It was disappointing. It was not the reaction I dream of. I had to excuse myself. Throw out those tailloids and tentacles. Cheer for the story if you love it. Throw out those monsters and moths. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I see. Wolf answered and said, basically the angel cries black goo. Don't touch the black goo or you will die. Fair enough. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Iron Lung. Sorry I tripped up in that one spot. I don't think I've tripped up on that in any other reading, but, okay, where was that? It was like, oh, here it is. I was totally reading this as he made me feel not alone. Kind of in that, like, maybe a little alien phrasing. I don't know why not feel alone feels stranger to me, because I feel like it's the more natural phrasing. I don't know. Tailwind into monsters and moths, you'll get it eventually. Yep. Thank you for the cheer, Makokam. Alrighty. Sorry I didn't do this. There you go. Ghoulish. Thank you for the cheer. Cheers for intimacy problems. Oops. I can go over here. Okay, let me see. I think I had questions for you guys on this one, so let me see if I did. I was asking about the ending. Okay. So what did you guys think of the ending? Did it feel abrupt? Did it feel appropriate? Or did it feel abruptly appropriate, or appropriately abrupt, I mean? Did you feel distance from the character, like you weren't really feeling her emotions strongly enough? Or did you feel the opposite? Did you feel really connected to her emotions, like she's so emotional she has to leave? I'm really curious what you guys thought of that ending there. But I really liked this story. I really liked the use of the prompt here, that it is, there are like so many different layers to the use of the prompt. Like, because first of all, you have an alien species, and that's already interesting and fun. It's not just like a language barrier between humans, it's this language barrier between an alien and a human, and that language barrier will be a lot deeper than just language. It will be a lot deeper than just the words not quite making sense, or, you know, not being able to translate them right. It is an emotion and a cultural thing that is an emotional thing, a cultural thing, a relational thing, that all of those things are not coming across to this person. All of these things are getting lost in translation. And I think that's really cool. I think that really adds a depth to the use of the prompt here. And I think that this story really does, at least for me, like what you were doing with your other Crystal Moth story where she's in the library, and I think we were kind of talking about, like, do you feel distant from her, or do you feel her emotions? And I kind of feel like this story does what you were wanting to do with that story better. That other story was great too. I loved that story as well. But I think we talked about feeling like there was maybe some distance from the character. But in this one, I feel like I am much closer to her and her emotions, and I really feel for her very strongly. And I like that. I like that a lot. I like your intro. I think this is a great way to just get right into it. Like, hey, FYI, my people, we can control light. Here's all the things we can do. Actually, it's also a part of us. I think that's great, and already gives us a hint that she is potentially not human. I like that. I do like this next part too. Like, each of us can release our light in a way that is unique. I do think that this is one of the things that that gets a little muddled. I'm not sure. Wait a sec. Well, I guess I'll come back to that because it makes more sense, I think, when I talk about something later. But stick a pin in that. And then, so I really liked this line. Like, I don't know if you quite intended the depth I got out of this line, but this is one of my favorite parts. I was like, that's really interesting. So I remember people saying that long ago it was how we'd find our partners, but now it's considered something we shouldn't show anyone but our partners. I don't know if you intended it this way, but this very much felt to me like another use of the prompt within the story, that the like intended biological use of this ability is to find your partner, but over time culture and rules were implemented and changed the meaning and took this thing that like had this biological function that and meaning that was beautiful and made it into something that not necessarily wasn't beautiful. It's still beautiful, but changed it and maybe perverted it in a way. Maybe changed it in a way that it shouldn't be changed. That maybe something is lost because they are no longer using it to find their partners, but instead going, oh, this is something you can only show your partner. And I think that idea of like, you can only show your partner thing, like, exacerbates the feeling that I have. Is that the right word? Exacerbates, like, exaggerates, maybe is what I'm looking for. It's, what was I saying? oh yeah, that it's like, if this thing that was meant to be shared with the world is now a secret. And again, like, that's not necessarily something that's bad, but it could be. And it's kind of, I guess it's kind of this idea of taking something that was free and part of their nature and their instincts and putting rules and regulations on it. And that that isn't necessarily always a bad thing, but that can absolutely be a problem. And they, like I said, then they might mean that in all those rules in how you're supposed to use this, the original function, which was beautiful and wonderful, might have been lost. And I think that's really neat. I really like this line as well. This feels to me like, if you didn't catch that she was an alien before, that, hey, this is where it is now. Here you go. Earth is not her home planet. And I think that is a great way to introduce a character like this. Like, in 350 words, you do have to pretty clearly be like, hey, yo, she's an alien. And I think you did a great job with that, where, at least to me, it didn't stick out. It wasn't like, you know, as you know, I'm an alien, or anything like that. It felt very appropriate and very much like something she would be thinking or saying in this moment of like, yep, my people, we can control light. Here's some details about this. It's for our soulmates. I didn't find my soulmate back home. That totally feels like a natural progression, and I really like that. So this line here, it's a small thing, but once again, a small thing is my biggest critique of the piece. So I did actually chat with Makokam about this, and this was meant to be psych, P-S-Y-C-H, psych, or psych-O with an O. And it was meant to be, he's secretly a psychopath, that people think he's a psychopath, that he likes, and then she corrects herself. And it read to me as, like, she starts to say something, and then she's like, that's a little too strong. Let's put it more mildly. I think I might be misremembering. I can't remember if that note is me jotting down what Makokam told me his intent was, or if that was my thoughts on it. Remind me what your intent was, Makokam, and then we can discuss that. But anyways, the point is, this might work if it was spelled correctly. But the fact that it's not spelled correctly, and it's half the word, I can't even begin to guess what that was meant to be. If I had not asked you, I would not know what that was meant to be. And so it really is something that sticks out a lot and ends up kind of detracting, because I'm like, what is that about? And I'm interested, like, if she had spelled it correctly, and especially if she added the O, psycho, then I wonder how I would have taken that, because I don't know, because as it is, like, as I read it, not knowing what the word meant, it's, the next part cleared it up. I was like, okay, like, you know, she knows him, like, this is her man, I trust her that she's correct about this kind of thing. But if you had said psycho, I might have been like, go back to that psycho part. Are you into the bad boys, Miss Crystal Moth? Are you are you in danger, Miss Crystal Moth? You know, I don't know if I would have believed her in the next lines. I'm not sure. I might have. It might have cleared it up, but that is a pretty strong thing. And so, and it's kind of spoken of in general terms, and so it's kind of like, I don't have any idea from the information here why in the world people would think he's a psychopath. And so, like, if it had been clear that that's what she meant to say, I would have been like, girly, why do you think that? Why do people think that? Are you okay? You know, I don't know if I would have had that reaction, but that is a potential option for the road my brain would have gone down, which would have been an issue for the story if that is where my brain went. But with the reading that I did have, I did like her little explanation here, where it's like, hey, Like, people think that he doesn't take things seriously. They think he likes hurting people. That's not the case. He is lighthearted because he wants to keep other people's spirits up, and he doesn't like hurting people. He just wants to end things fast, kind of thing. And so I did like that. I did like her insights into his character, and especially that little, like, he cares deeply for everyone was great. I am curious, I guess this was another question I had for you guys in general. So, how did you guys feel about, like, this group and these teams being introduced? Would you guys have preferred that the story was just focused on them and their relationship, and, like, the groups and the teams were confusing or detracted? Or did you feel like, no, I liked the groups, or it was neutral, it didn't detract? I'm a little torn between those two, so I'd be curious to hear what you guys think. I really liked this line here. We became close, and despite him being so dim and with such strange eyes. That is a perfect little use of, like, what would this alien being think of us? Well, this is a being of light. This is a being who can create and manipulate light. And so a human would seem very dim to them. And I think that's really neat. And then with such strange eyes, like, her eyes are strange to us, and so our eyes would be strange to her. And I think that's great. And it's not things that are super, like, negative, like, oh, like, despite him being, like, ugly and this way and that, like, he's alright, you know? It's more of just like, he's strange, but, like, I'm curious. It's not this, like, judgment upon him. It's just like, he is not like me. He is strange, but you know what? Maybe I'm into it, kind of thing. I like that. I'm not sure if I want to come back to. Yeah, I think I'll come back to those two. So I'm curious about something here, and this may just be a thought that I had that nobody else would have, but she presumably has been on Earth long enough to know about marriage, and I don't know if this, like, light show is their marriage ceremony or not. It might be, but I feel like this is the kind of thing where she would go, like, humans make a, like, lifetime commitments to each other by getting married, so that's when I should do my display. That's when I should show him my light. And so I'm curious, like I said, maybe that's just me and, like, my view of marriage and stuff influencing how I read the story, but it feels odd to me that she's like, oh, I'll show him the thing that I should only show my forever person, when you have not confirmed that they are your forever person by their standards. Like, he has not been like, yes, it is you alone and nobody else. They're just boyfriend and girlfriend. So he can be like, sorry, love, moving on. And she will now have shown the thing that she's supposed to show one person in her whole life to one person who is not her person. So it's, like I said, like, I don't know if it's just not something she would think about, like, even knowing that marriage exists. I don't know if she would just not think about that, but me thinking about that, if she knows a lot about humans, I just would conceptualize that as, like, I need to make sure that, like, it is confirmed by him that I am his soulmate, we are each other's forever person. Let's do his ceremony, his human ceremony, and then I'll do my ceremony, my light thing. Kind of thing. So, I'm a little torn about a big aspect of this story, and I'm rarely so, like, evenly split down the middle on my thoughts on something. But basically, where I'm split is, on the one hand, you want to surprise your partner. You want to show your partner something cool, and so it makes sense that it's like, that she doesn't explain it ahead of time. She's like, oh, the function, the purpose, what it is inherently, that's gonna be clear. Like, it's gonna be clear once I show him. And so, like, in one sense, it kind of makes sense she'd think that, and she'd be like, it's gonna be clear when I show him, A, and B, I want to surprise him with this, so I don't want to tell him about it ahead of time. So, in one sense, I'm like, yeah, that totally makes sense, I get you. But on the other hand, it's like, they are completely different species. And so, oh, kitty. Oh, kitty. Hello. Speaking of different species, hello. Come here. Come here, silly. Owie, I hit my back on the door. But there's the kitty. There's Mr. Bo. There's the Mr. Bo. Oh, is there stuff back here? Does it make it hard to sit down in your spot? I'm sorry. Here, babe. Move your feet. There we go. Maybe that's more room for you. Okay. So the other thing, but on the other hand, they are completely different species, and she is well aware of this fact. And so, on the other hand, it doesn't really make sense for her to... It was like a kitty train going by. It doesn't really make sense for her to think that he's gonna get it, because they're different creatures, and she is well aware that he is dim. He does not produce light. And so it doesn't really make sense for her to think that, oh yeah, like, it's gonna translate. He's totally gonna get all the nuance of the fact that this is something you only show your soulmate, and I'm only showing my soulmate, and this is a big deal. Like, it doesn't quite make sense that she thinks that. Like, kitty. It very much in that sense feels like something that she should like come to him and be like, okay, hey, I want to show you something, and then tell him like, my people, we can control light. Looks like there's an ad break coming, everybody. And a warning for me too, in a likewise manner. I just saw Ghoulish ad warning, 30 seconds, yes. So it feels like something that she should like go to him, and it could even be on the same night. It doesn't have to be like way prior. It could be like, hey, I'm gonna show you something. He's like, all right. And then they show up, and she's like, okay, like on my planet we have this thing, we have this tradition and stuff like that. And did someone hit snooze on it? Arith says, then my ad thing went away, saying it as snoozing on its own. Mine went away too. I didn't see it say snoozing, but it went away. So did somebody hit the snooze button? Oh, Ghoulish says, I snoozed it so you can finish up critique. You don't need to do that. The only time that the only time I want you to snooze ads is if it's in the middle of a story, or if the person who is being critiqued is not a subscriber. Otherwise, the critique is exactly when I want the ads to come up. Okay. It's alright. It's alright. Anyways, so like I said, I'm very split down the middle, because I feel like I am like half of my mind is on both of these sides, where it's like totally makes sense. She wants to surprise him. And like I was kind of thinking about it last week as I was practicing it. Like there's kind of this element of like, if like I were to show someone my writing, right, that it's like, in one sense I feel like, especially if it was like a completed novel, in one sense I feel like if I show this to somebody, like the fact that this is my soul, this is me on the page, should come through. But in another sense, it's like, why would that be totally clear? It's like, it is, but like not everybody's going to know you, and is it going to be able, like the people who know you would probably be able to see, oh yeah, this is you, but maybe the people who won't quite see the connection, kind of thing. Which again, even in my example, I'm kind of torn between both sides, or it's like, it should be evident, like if you put that much of yourself into something, that should be clear. In another sense, it's like, well, but why would they know that without you explaining it? I'm very torn. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, what I was telling you to stick a pin in before. So I displayed for him, he was odd, but he didn't understand. He thought it was a trick, something I created by choice. I did not fully get the meaning of this until Makokam told me, and he told me that it's a function of her body that is completely unique to her, like a fingerprint. It is not, and so it's not like writing in that sense. Like with writing, like yes, that can be your soul on the page, but you have to do it. You have to create it. And in this case, it's like it comes out of her, like, and she doesn't choose like her pattern. It's just her fingerprint, her soul print. But that line of something I created by choice, when I first read it, I was like, well, she did create it by choice. Like, she can choose whether to display for somebody. She can choose whether to show it to somebody. So she is creating it by choice. And so I didn't really get what it meant. Okay, so there's the ad again. So yeah, I was thinking that that it did seem like she did create it by choice. And so I think that is a distinction, like that it makes sense, like knowing it now, but I think that distinction is lost, because the distinction between I can choose whether to do this, I can choose whether to display this, and therefore I am choosing to create it, versus like I'm choosing to create it, I meticulously like wrote this down, I meticulously placed my lights, kind of thing, rather than it just being a manifestation of herself that just comes out of her. Brace for impact. Amazing. So what was I saying? So I think, and then going back to the thing up here, each one of us can release our light in a way that is unique. And so I really like that line, I like that idea, but I don't think I fully understood the connection between that and the choice thing, where it's like, this is like, it is more like me holding up my hand and showing you my fingerprints, and like, I didn't choose it, I didn't choose to make this, it just, it's just what I'm like, and that's what it's like for her. She's like, basically like, hi, here's my light, here's me, kind of thing, as opposed to like creating something like a superpower. So I'm not quite sure how to, convey that better. Maybe saying the words like, each one of us can release our light in a way that's unique, like a fingerprint. I don't know if that would help. It might. I do think it's more so in that choice thing, which is a little harder to distinguish. How else could you describe it? Because it is true that is a way you could say that. It's just that it has multiple meanings, which makes things confusing. Like maybe you could do something like, he thought it was a trick, a new power I was showing him, or just a power I was showing him, not a manifestation of myself or a manifestation of my soul. That might make more sense, work better. I like this phrasing here. That it was not the reaction I dream of, that it's not the reaction I dreamt of, but rather like I'm still dreaming, kind of like I am actively, this is something I have always thought of, that I have always dreamed about, and kind of in a way I'm still dreaming about it, and it's not what I was looking for, and I like that. Yeah, so now we get to the end, which I asked you guys about. I haven't seen any comments yet, but this is another thing I'm a little torn about, because in one sense I like it, that it is definitely this feeling of like, I can't be around you right now, like I am so overwhelmed with emotion, I need to leave, I need to excuse myself from the situation. But at the same time, it also cuts us off right at the climax. Like, instead of feeling like her being overwhelmed with, like, getting more clearly, like, here are the emotions she felt and how she's overwhelmed by them, or how the emotions get displayed, it's like, let's avoid. Let's we're going away from the scene to experience those emotions, but we don't actually get those emotions. And so I can feel this, like, abruptness to it, or this distance within it. And so once again, I'm kind of torn, because I kind of like it, and it kind of makes sense in its abruptness, where it's like, well, she is feeling distance and abruptness within this scene, within his reaction, and so now now we as the reader feel that. We as the reader are feeling that distance, that abruptness, through her reaction, and the story ending right there. But at the same time, like I said, I'm kind of wanting more of her emotions rather than just nothing, rather than just the avoiding and cutting off before we actually get to feel those things, if that makes sense. I don't know. Like I said, I'm torn. I like both. And then going back up here, this is another aspect of the story that very much could just be a me thing, but I like to think about how I guess, like, I don't know if this is the right way to phrase it, but I guess it's like, I like my alien characters to be alien. I like exploring, like, like, the things that we think are a given are not necessarily a given to an alien race, or just a different kind of being, a different creature. And so when I get to this line, I go, okay, I found myself becoming romantically attached to him, and he felt the same about me. That's sweet, that's nice, and it's cute for the story, works for the story, but also in the back of my mind, I'm going, does a moth person experience, like, romance the same way that we do? Would she really call it romance? Like, would it work better to say, like, I found myself wanting him to be my mate, or something like that, or even use an alien word, like, I found myself, I guess you could, that'd be interesting, if you, like, said here, like, I remember people saying that long ago is how we'd find our, and then use an alien word, and then, like, something like this, darn it, what is happening? Why? Here, please. This. Thank you. Alien word. Thank you. Not that. FYI, I think I've said this before, but I do not like this keyboard. I am used to using a Mac. This is not a Mac, and it just feels, I don't know how it works. But anyway, so, like, I remember people saying long ago is how we'd find our alien word, our partners. And then you could say at the end, you could say, I found myself wanting him to be my alien word. I think that would really help me personally, as someone who likes, the alien creatures to feel alien. That I would be like, okay, yep, this is romance, but alien romance, as opposed to, like, would an alien experience romance and say that word just as we would? And then I have a very similar thought towards the next part, where to go, where it's like, especially because you say, there were people who thought it strange since we were different species. I'm kind of sitting here going, yeah, it is strange. Because I'm thinking, would sex with an alien be the same? I don't think it would. Like, does she just, like, lay her eggs on a rock? that kind of thing. Like, and I don't know if I'm getting too much into the weeds. I don't intend to go into, like, an NSFW place. But just, just in terms of kind of staying on the surface level of the story, it is something that gives me question, where I'm like, okay, you experience romance like a human, and you do the sexy times like a human, making you not seem very alien, kind of thing, where, and I don't know if it would have been better if you didn't call it out, like if you just said, as time went on, our emotional intimacy became physical intimacy with effort and patience, and not called it out that people thought it was strange without addressing that concern and saying it's not strange, you know? I don't know if that would have helped. It might not have, but it's definitely a thought to where it's like, in this case, does calling it out make it better or worse? And I totally understand, like, there are lots of, like, sci-fi stories out there where you're getting down with your alien people. I know that this is not uncommon. Like I said, that's part of why I say this might be a me thing, but I am not particularly the biggest fan of that idea, because I'm like, this is an alien. Like, they're probably going to experience that very differently. And there is a difference where it's like, you know, Peter Quill, like, sleeping with the pink lady, you know, it's like, okay, she pretty much looks like a human. That makes sense. That's its own problem of having aliens just be pink humans. But I can understand that. But when you're fully like, okay, hey, this is a different species. Like, to me, I like to think about, okay, if that does work, it's probably going to work differently. It's probably going to work in an alien way. And of course, like, I would not want you to go into the mechanics, so this might be a situation where I am critiquing something that I don't actually want the fruits of. It's just a thing that I think about as I read this story. That anyways, let's with that, let me read what folks have been saying. All right. Oh, lots of comments. Arith says, it felt abruptly appropriate, the ending. I could feel her poor experience of emotional isolation. That's interesting. So you had another layer to that as well, where it's like all of this is very alien, where it's not just like the human reaction of, I need to avoid this. It's like, like this, I'm not very familiar with like the emotions that I'm feeling, or like this emotional isolation. That's interesting. I mean, the characterization wasn't a problem. I wanted more reflection on the interaction. So maybe kind of what I was saying at the end, where it's like, it works, but I wanted more of her emotions. Pretty sure a partner reacting in an upsetting fashion during an intimate situation is extra traumatizing because you're extremely vulnerable. For sure. Absolutely. Yeah. That is a great point. He said it better than I could, says Mako. I assume about the about this part. That is neat, if so. Glish says, so dwelling on it and trying to make sense of it would be something I'd want to center the piece on. Yeah, that makes sense. Where it's like, hey, like, this is something that happened, like, in this intimate situation, and so this is a really big deal. And so let's make that the center of the piece, as opposed to, like, the team stuff or the avoiding stuff. That makes sense. Emotional damage meme, yes. Yeah, it worked well, says Arith. Mako says she wasn't sure she was using the right word or saying it correctly, so she used the definition of the word she wanted instead. Gotcha. I do think that's definitely there. So it does, that what I wrote down was indeed my personal thoughts then rather than your clarification. But yeah, I do think that is there. I can see that, but yeah, I did have that feeling of, it seems like the word is strong, and then she tempers it. She tones it down a little bit. I very much would have thought that if you said psycho, I would have been like, she decided to tone it down, and it causes me concern, you know. Decoy says neutral. I think about the ending. Magistrate Arlong about the ads. Laughs in paying customer. Amazing. We value our paying customers. I mean, we value everyone, but especially our paying customers. What? I just saw adding "do bugs poop" to my Google search history. Is that in relation to the intimacy question? Yeah, the ads seems like the warnings are a little off. It seems like they give you the warning and it's like, here you go, it's coming, and then nothing, and then it's like, ad. I don't know why it does that. It's not getting ads. That's nice. Google says, I'd say it's like a honeymoon situation, but they've already been intimate, so... I mean, it still could be that, right? So, like, it still could be her seeing things in those, like, rose-colored glasses sort of thing. Decoy says, I like the ending line. The ripcord pulling feeling is appropriate. I like that description. That's another option too. Decoy says, I thought psyche was going to be an alien word. Yes, that is definitely another possibility for this too, where it's like she's trying to say the alien word and then she says the English translation of that alien word, which I guess would have fit the prompt. Yeah. Yeah, Ghoulish. You could use this character for the "if I was a worm, would you still love me" meme. That's great. Yeah, Arith says this makes me think of the whole mermaid mating question. How does that work? And Eggs is a good point. Yeah, the biology is questionable in Captain Harkness. I mean, exactly like I said, I think a lot of people don't care. A lot of people are just like wanting the horny times, and so they create characters like Jack Harkness or Captain Kirk and stuff, and are just like, yep, that's normal. But just me as a writer, I don't like just accepting those kinds of things as normal. I want to actually think about, like, how actually would that work? Would that work at all? Yeah, that's great, Reinkarnitor. I think Mako might have been saying something over in the not-so-private chat. Emotional damage really is often a pillar of drama and storytelling as a whole, for sure. Blink if you need help, Miss Crystal Moth, the psychopath thing, yes. Yeah, maybe she can't. Blink. Hello, Green. Her antennae would be a blink. Gotcha. Would it make more sense if I described it as like the patterns of a peacock or bird of paradise tail when they have them to display and attract a mate? But it culturally became a thing you don't show to someone you aren't in a relationship with. And so this would be like her saying, I want to show you my tail pattern. This has gotten weird. That is actually something I absolutely thought of as I was practicing this story. Like, I was totally thinking of birds of paradise as an example. I'm not sure exactly which critique are you trying to address with that, because I'm not sure if it would have fixed whatever critique you're talking about. But I do like the image and think it very much fits the story. It says, in a way, it should feel weird because we're dealing with alien life. It should be a little strange, even the explanation. Very true. I mean, like, going back to what I was talking about at the end there, I don't know if this would have fixed it, but I think you could even say something as simple as, like, some went on our emotional intimacy became physical intimacy. There were people who thought it strange since we were different species, but we made it work. If you just added that, but we made it work, I don't know for sure if that would have dispelled my questions, but I think it would have been like, okay, like, he knows that this might seem strange, but they made it work, and kind of thing. But not having that kind of leaves me with, there are people who thought it strange since we were different species. I'm like, I'm one of those people. Why is it not strange? kind of thing. That's awesome. Imagine if joining the Galactic Alliance came with a biology book to know what other races you're compatible with. They like have that for D&D, right? That works for me. I like that. Someone had to do a lot of research to write that book. Oh my god. Oh, if you're a fan of the horny, that's the story for you to write. Write about the bard's escapades, writing down compatible with this species, not with this species. They do for what races can make offspring, at least. I mean, very, very adjacent. Gotcha. We'll say they did sit down and have a discussion about that, their anatomy and what makes them feel good, so they could be, well, intimate. That makes sense. I mean, like I said, that's kind of all the information I need. Is just like, they talked about it, they figured it out. It was weird, but they made it work, kind of thing. Bad Bard's Guide of Interspecies Relations. Exactly that. Anywho, well, this has been a fun time. I hope that you guys have enjoyed it. Great show. Great story, Makokam. And now we will move on to my story. Alright. This Earth Isn't Home. The Ballad of the Monsters. Xavion. By I-prefer-the-term-antihero. I noticed books in a shop window and decided to stop in. Bookstores were some of my favorite places before. Now, the smell was like ambrosia. It felt safe, like home. I flipped through one. I recognized the letters on the page. My old friends. But together, they didn't want to talk to me. I don't know what I expected. Did I think these books would be more likely to converse than the ones at the house? The ones at the house. My favorite books that I'd brought back from my world. The ones I'd once read over and over. The ones that had stopped talking to me too. I couldn't read most of the genre signs, but I recognized the word language. Again, I don't know what I expected. They had resources on learning English, but all were in another language. None taught English from nothing, or from bits and pieces of many somethings. When I lived there, I hadn't realized how much Meridia's universal translator shaped my existence. My world told me what every word meant. Without its guidance, I was stranded. Every day I was starkly reminded I was born a creature who didn't speak with words, and that I'd become a creature whose tongue craved words more than food or drink. Everything took time, and time took everything. A smiling employee approached, asking me something, probably if I was finding everything okay. Sorry, my English isn't good. She then asked if I knew French, in French, to which I replied, also in French, a little, which was pretty much always the answer. I knew a little of practically every language, even the dead ones. Bits and pieces glued together, because I learned to speak on a world where the differences didn't matter. How could Meridia give me so much, and leave me with nothing at all? The conversation didn't last, but I lingered in the shop. What had I expected to find here? I think I was trying to find home, in the books, in the words, in the smell of the shop. All I found was homesickness. Throw up those moths and monsters to cheer for the story if you loved it. Okay, so I will say before we begin that I would appreciate a bit more of a golden toast this time. I've been feeling quite down on this story, and so if you have praise to give, I would greatly appreciate maybe leaning more on that side. Of course, if there are problems with the story, oh, kitty.
You gonna actually come in? There you go. There you go, kitty.
I've been feeling down on the story, and so I don't think I'm gonna take like an onslaught of critique very well. I do still want to hear like if there were problems, especially like the biggest ones that you might have seen, and I do still want honest answers to the questions I'm about to ask, but just a little, I don't know, disclaimer at the beginning. What is butter in this situation?
Kitty, baby, you just came in. Stop it. Stop being a weirdo.
Okay. Let's see. Where do I want to start with the story? I guess I'll just start going down the line, and if I have bigger questions, I can address them. So there's this thing that happens in my writing, which is that, well, actually, no. I can tell you why. I can tell you why I was feeling down, and we can discuss that first, I guess, as the overall thing. So, I really wanted to do, like, this story of Savion on Earth not being able to speak properly because of Meridia's universal translator. And I actually do the original story that I posted, or not story that I posted, the original story I wrote for that idea, I did post in the author's note of this story, so you can read that if you want to. But I kept looking over it and I was like, I like the vibes of this story, but I feel like it's really confusing. And like, especially because I had to talk about like Victor's mind reading and stuff, I felt like people were already going to be confused about the language stuff, and they're like, you're throwing mind reading at us? And so I kept racking my brain trying to figure out, okay, how can I do this story of like Savion on Earth not being able to speak properly and the pain that comes with that? I just kept racking my brain and trying to figure it out, and nothing was coming to me. I was thinking I might just post the Victor one anyways. But finally, like in the last hour, finally on the last day, I got this idea and I quick wrote it out, and I was really happy with it because I felt like I had been so much more clear. I felt like I clarified things so much better and didn't, throw things like mind reading at you that would make things more confusing. But the reviews I got seemed to convey that I did not do that. That I was, so happy that I thought that I had made things clear and cleared up that confusion, and it seemed like I hadn't done that at all. And that was, very hard for me to hear. And so I don't know what the best way to go about a discussion about that would be, but that's kind of my overall, like, I don't know, thoughts and concerns and stuff about this story, which is that I really thought that I managed to do it, but I don't know if I did. And so if you're one of those people who's going, sorry, Kaylee, but I was very confused by this, maybe kindly just explain, like, what confused you and how could I have made it clear. And I will tell you what was going on, which is that he came from a world where everything was translated. So kind of like a world before, like our world before the Tower of Babel kind of situation. Like before, like everything was split into a language, everybody can speak. But it's not a situation of, oh, everybody speaks the same language. It's a situation of Meridia has a spell on it that allows you to understand, a spell for understanding. And so that means that everyone can understand each other. So you might arrive at Meridia and not know French, but you're going to be able to understand what a person who is speaking French is saying because of that universal translator, because Meridia has that spell that allows you to understand anything that people are saying. And that spell has an unintended side effect that allows people and animals to understand each other as well.
Oh, kitty. Come here.
So, and the animals are still like barking, grunting, growling. You just understand what they are trying to convey with those sounds.
Like this. Like that meow.
So yeah, like that is the biggest part of the story that I was really trying to make clear. Like, he came from a world where everything was translated. But the fact that he came from a world, the fact that he was born an animal, and animals don't talk, and he then went to a world where everything was translated, means that he didn't learn a language. And even if he were to try to learn a language, as I say in my other option for this week, it would be like learning it with the book open. And so like if I'm trying to learn Japanese and I like constantly have the answers in front of me, I'm not going to learn it. Like I might learn some things, but I'm not going to learn it in the same way I would where like I have to remember what those words mean without the answers in front of me. And so that's kind of the situation where he has heard people who speak so many different languages. And these people are not just people from modern day, but people from throughout history. So some people spoke dead languages. So these are people from throughout history, throughout cultures who speak all kinds of different languages. And he became human on this world. And so as his brain and his tongue are picking up language, it's not so much him learning a language as picking up bits and pieces of a ton of them. And so then when he gets to Earth, he can't speak a single language. He just has words from a bunch of different languages. And there might be some languages that he has more words from than others. But just being around people who speak all kinds of different languages, it just means that he just picked up, random words from around the world and throughout time and stuff like that. And then he can't actually speak when he goes to Earth. So anyways, I know all the nuance of what I just said would not be clear, but I did have like these lines of, I hadn't realized how much Meridia's universal translator shaped my existence. My world told me what every word meant. So I was really hoping that line would make things very clear of like, hey, he came from this world where everything was translated and now he can't talk. But I don't know how clear that was. And if it was not clear, I would be curious to hear how I could have made that clearer. I guess I realize as I'm talking about this, I wonder if part of the confusion is I did not focus on his transformation. And I unless it's very important, which sometimes it certainly is, I try not to put too much focus on that because that's one of those things where it's like, excuse me, what? But I wonder if that could be part of the confusion of why he doesn't have a baseline, why he doesn't know a language, is because he wasn't born human. And this was the line where I was trying to convey that with, but it's a much more figurative line, and so as I'm thinking about it, I do wonder if maybe that was more of the problem. I'm not sure. But anyways, let's actually go through my little comments. So this is what I began to say and interrupted myself, but this thing happens with my writing. I never intend for all my paragraphs to be a single line. I don't intend that. I do purposely sometimes make like a single sentence its own paragraph, but if you see my normal writing, like when I get to write a long version that is not 350 words, it will not be every line. I will actually have decent paragraphs. And if this were longer, all of those lines would be their like longer paragraphs, except for, just a couple of them. But this ends up happening to me a lot in these 350 word stories where this happens, where you have these 3 lines that I don't have the words to go on for paragraphs, so I just have to rapid fire give you that information. But it doesn't look great. It doesn't necessarily read great. And so, as I said here, like the story must move on to a new beat. I can't afford to spend words going in depth onto this beat. But I only have a sentence to move from beat to beat. And so it makes things maybe not flow very well. And so I don't know if that's something you can help me with because it's something that comes up in general with my writing, but I definitely, one of the reviews pointed this out, and when I was practicing it out loud, I was like, oh, I can really hear that in those 3 lines. I can hear how rapid fire it sounds, and therefore it sounds a little not great. So if you guys have any like thoughts or advice on like taking a look at these lines, like how could I make those lines better? How could I make them without using extra words kind of thing? you. I hope you guys liked this image. I don't I don't like to talk about, like, in most stories I'm like, I like this, and then I have a critique for this. With mine, I have to focus on the critiques, because I feel like it's, like, you know, prideful or selfish to be like, I liked this thing that I wrote. But I also like listening back to my streams. It also is odd how I only have the critiques on mine. So I guess, like, maybe trying out saying were the things I liked. I liked this line. I liked this idea of books being like the nectar of the gods to him. I don't know what you guys thought, but curious. You like? I'm curious if you liked this as well. I like this idea of, like, hey, he recognizes the letters, like, he knows what the English letters look like, but when they form words, when they're put together, he can't understand the words. It's kind of like, you know, as I kind of alluded to, like, I'm trying to learn Japanese, and I now know the hiragana alphabet. That doesn't mean I can actually know what the words mean when you put them together. So I'm curious if that image worked as well as I thought it did, if you liked this, like, personification of, like, the letters of, like, I got this image of the letters kind of, oh yeah, if they're by themselves, like, let's chat at this party, you know, but if they're, like, in a group together, it's like, I don't want to talk to you, weirdo, kind of thing. And then this is something that seemed like it might have been confusing as well, and so I'm curious if this worked, if it was explained well, and if it was not, how I could improve it. So my favorite books, the ones that I brought back from my world, the ones I'd once read over and over, the ones that had stopped talking to me too, it's trying to convey this idea of, back on Meridia when everything was translated, he read them over and over, he liked them. But now he's like, okay, I have, I brought certain things from Meridia, including my favorite books, but I don't have the translator, so I can't read them now. That's what that was trying to convey, but I don't know if it did. I don't know if it came too early, if the explanation, that could have been part of the problem as well. Like, maybe this needed to go earlier for that to make sense. That's a question there too. This here felt a little clunky to me. I was trying to convey this idea of, you know, how a bookstore or a library will have, like, language, folklore, religion, classics, you know, the signs above the books and stuff. That's what I was trying to convey, and so it's just that kind of thing where it's like, aha, like, I can't read the word romance, you know, I don't know what section that is, but I see the word language, so I'll head over there, kind of thing. And then I just saw a green gif. I like. That is awesome. So this line here also seemed to be something that maybe tripped people up. So they have resources for learning English, but all were in another language. None taught English from nothing. I am aware that kids' books will teach you from nothing. This wasn't meant to be a definitive statement of, like, there are no books ever that teach English from nothing. It was just trying to say, this is the section that he went to, and in this section, it doesn't, nothing teaches English from nothing. Because he's not in the kids section and doesn't want to go to the kids section. And that actually is, like, I don't know how much to go into it and how to be concise, but basically, like, in my current conceptualization, and this might change, but, oh, kitty. Yeah, don't step on the keyboard, babe. Don't step on the keyboard. Here. Thank you. Yes, there you go. So the place that he's staying at in my current conceptualization is an orphanage. So there are kids' books literally at the house that he's staying at. And he can use them, and he probably in some senses does. It's just that he's too proud and he doesn't like having to start from zero. It's kind of the situation of, like, he wants it to be done now. And it's not this situation of, can you hear her brushing against the mic? How to explain it? It's not the sense of like, oh, like he's making things, you know, he's the reason he's in this situation. It's not exactly that. Like he is still in this situation because of the circumstances of his life and his world and stuff like that. And it's not just like, oh, he'd be fluent now if he weren't so proud. No, he wouldn't. It's just that things would be a little easier, maybe be going a little faster if he didn't have that pride in the way, if that makes sense. I didn't feel like that was necessary to address because the story wasn't really about that. But the reviews maybe tell another story. Maybe I was supposed to talk about that. And it also could quite simply be none taught English from nothing is a pretty definitive statement. So I might have just made a mistake of like not clarifying more clearly the like none but the kids section, you know, taught English from nothing or something like that. I don't know. Be curious to hear if you guys are like, yeah, I think you needed to address that, or no, you didn't, or what. We already talked about that. I am also curious how the line about his transformation worked. I don't remember if I talked about that, but I mean, I did talk about it in the sense of maybe it's what made things more confusing than I wanted them to be, but I am curious, especially for those who don't know the story, what this line did. If you were like, excuse me, what? I need some more information, or if it was just like, that's interesting. I liked this line here. I don't know, I think this version of it's the best one I had, but there isn't...
Hi. Hello.
Croaky.
Hi. Hi, kitty.
I did like that image of like the human tongue like craving words. I enjoyed that. I don't know if there would be because I kind of wanted to do like craved words more than food and then something that isn't like food. And now I'm not remembering what the options were. But I kind of wanted to go like physical and then metaphysical, but you know, the thing that the tongue craves is already metaphysical, so it wasn't really working. Did this work here? Did you think this was cool? I liked it because it's basically supposed to convey like that idea of what I was just talking about. Well, one aspect of the idea I was just talking about, that everything takes time, that it's like he knows he's going to get it. He knows he's going to learn language. He just doesn't like the fact that it's taking longer than he wants it to. He doesn't like the fact that it takes time. He wants it to be done now. And so it's like, okay, I get it, that everything took time. And then that line of, and time took everything, I don't know if that's a line that will make sense to people who don't know my world, but it is very much this idea of time didn't move on Meridia. Time didn't move on the world that he used to be in. And so he feels like time took everything from him. Like time took away his ability to speak because he is now on a world that has time, kind of thing. I'm also curious about this little French section. First of all, was it strange that she specifically went to French? I picked it because of the area of the world that they're in, that people in that area do speak both French and English, but I didn't say where they are, so I don't know if it was just like, what? Why does she know French? And then two other questions about that line are, were the parentheses distracting? Because originally it was, it was like this. She then asked if I knew French, in French, to which I replied, also in French, a little. But that looks really clunky and run-on-y to me. And so I put it in parentheses just to try to make things a little clearer, a little less clunky, but I might not have succeeded. And then the other question is, would you have preferred that I actually put the French there? Actually put the French word for a little in there. I didn't, partially because of what I was talking about before about the stories needing to be in English and not wanting to have to potentially speak French on the stream, but also because, like, of what he goes into, like, hey, that means a little, and that's always the answer, kind of thing. And then this is another one that all of this, like the bits and pieces and, Meridia stuff, that was another attempt to try to make things clear, try to explain the deal with Meridia, but I'm not sure if I succeeded. And if I didn't succeed, if that part was really confusing, I'd be curious to hear what made it confusing and how I could improve it. And I'm also curious about, did my little, I don't know what I expected. I don't know what I expected. What had I expected? Here's what I think I expected throughout the story. I don't know if that worked or felt clunky. I kind of, as I was doing it, I kind of had in my mind oh
my goodness. Okay.
Wolf posted a map that says everywhere they speak French, but unless the thing that concerns me is that unless it's just too far zoomed out to see, the place they're in is not on that map. But anyways, so as I was writing this, expecting thing, I was kind of thinking about Arith's story from a few weeks ago where he had the necromancer in the archive going why was I here, with these books? And I was kind of going that kind of works, but also I'm kind of going, yeah, why? And so in my own story, I decided to try out actually giving an answer and being okay, what was I expecting? I don't know. And I also, instead of asking the question, I had him go, I don't know what I expected, more of a statement. I don't know if that helped as well. And then I had him actually answer it at the end. I don't know if that was a cool through line. I don't know if that worked or felt weird or clunky, but it's a thing I tried. Yeah. Let's see what folks have been saying. I see. So French is a majority language or is an official language. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, okay, it might be. I think maybe it's just too zoomed out for me to see it. Anyways, let's head over to the public chat. Sad boy hours, yep. Thank you for the cheer. Oh, I see. The ghoulish answered my question. I forgot to check. With or without butter? Familiar with the phrase, butter you up? Presumably you've already answered. I don't really want to be, flattered or pandered to. If you have a genuine praise, I'd like to hear that. And if you have a lot of critiques, maybe hold back on some of them, I guess, is more what I'm thinking. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. I thought it was great, and I feel you described everything that you needed to for the proper context, though some people may have needed context for the context. That is very sweet of you. Thank you. Arith says, I feel that as a whole, the story really worked. As a lover of libraries, I really got his experience of alienation through the reading, where he no longer understands the language. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Norman says, I like the idea. When I submitted this prompt, I really had no idea how people were going to use it and incorporate it into their universes. So maybe it's because I'm biased, but I thought it was a cool use of the prompt. Aw, thank you. As we're talking, I'm remembering something. So let me ask. There are multiple uses of the prompt here. And I kind of explained my first one. I didn't state the phrasing of it, but I'm curious if you got the multiple uses or only one, or if we had totally different interpretations, but I'll come back to that after I hear your answers. Okay, Arith says, I'm not confused by this story at all. I got it fairly quickly and had no issue. That's great to hear. I'm curious, did you read the other one first? Because people seem to like the other one more. But the only reason I wrote the other one is to explain this one. So I'm curious if folks who read the other one first potentially got it easier than those who didn't. Ghoulish says, I mean, there's the Babblefish from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, so I don't see why there'd be confusion personally. Fair. You guys described the problem with Duolingo. Oh, yes, the like, they give you the answers. Totally. Like, I tried to learn Japanese with Duolingo a while back. It just didn't work for me. And one of the reasons is because I quickly realized you can just click on it. You can just click on the letters. It'll tell you what it means. That don't work for me. Norman says, this makes me think it would be neat to see a character's dialogues entirely strung together from bits and pieces of hundreds of different languages. Yes, that is the intent. Granted, in the options that I wrote, I just had him say, like, I said this. I said, leave me alone, and every word was a different language. But maybe in the actual book, I'll like actually put the words, the different languages words. The amateur linguist in me says Savion would speak some sort of Creole. Tell me more. Tell me more about what that is and why that seems to fit for you. Very true. And to be fair, Japanese uses 3 alphabets while we use 1. Mm-hmm. Imagine Savion in the children's section. Yeah. I'm a king, how dare! Yep. I don't know what Tekken is. I don't need or want a tutorial energy. Savion is becoming more like Aaron Hansen, not just in his hair. Decoy says, oh, I didn't know that context, but I like these mirror phrases. Neat. That's great to hear. Canada, are you asking if that's where they are? Nope. I'm sad I won't get to hear your attempt at Doric. Indeed. Tico says, personally I preferred the other story, which covered a similar theme, but with perhaps just the right context for someone new to it. That's fair. Then you say, yes, that worked, so I don't know what exactly you're referring to. It says, I didn't read the other one, so I got the story by itself. Oh, nice. I see. There's a picture of Tekken. Looks very similar to Street Fighter to me.
Yep.
So to talk about the just after that, you said the other story was written as a primer. Gotcha. Yeah, makes sense. But what I was going to say about the prompt use. So the initial prompt use that was meant to be the most obvious one is that Savion's ability to speak was lost in translation. Every word was translated, and so that meant that his ability to speak at all got or not ability to speak, but ability to understand a language was literally lost in the translation of all languages. That was the first use, and then the next use is translated can mean transformation, and so he has transformed, so that's another use. Translated can also mean taken from one place to another. So he was taken from Meridia to Earth. So there's your 3 uses. This is Creole, our language that come about from 2 language communities coming together, and then their languages do the fusion dance. Nice. That's interesting. All right. Well, thank you all for your thoughts and comments. I appreciate it. I hope that you enjoyed this story of mine. Let us go on to Mysten Noire. I don't believe that Mysten Noire is here, but you can tag them if you so would like. And Mysten, if you are in fact here, don't hesitate to say any questions you might have. Mysten did say how they want to be toasted, though.
kitty. I need to let you out. Oh, squeak.
Yo, I had to check the Duolingo cheat. You can't be giving these tips out so freely, Auntie. The owl will break all of our legs for this knowledge. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. Let us begin. Thinking and Talking. Broken. By Mysten Noire. While thinking about my tasks, I made sure to remain muted while keeping my mind open to the public telepathic channel. Work's done, so next, spirit stones. With my current stash, I wouldn't remain mentally stable for long, just enough for a few days. While pondering and walking, a particularly atrocious thought appeared in the public channel. A form of communication using vocal cords? Incredulous, I began sending my thoughts alongside the others, who also questioned the strangely dressed figure whom no one had noticed before. Ideas, thoughts, meaningful understandings. It was well understood that mere sounds couldn't encompass its entirety. Mere shapes couldn't show them accurately. And yet, this figure continued to do the unthinkable. Where the hell am I? Confusion and anxiety poured out, as unfiltered as information about his identity, and even some vague memories. Who was Ritza, the adventurer and mercenary association? Information I'd never seen anyone think of, yet it leaked out as if he has no idea of how to establish channels or even communicate normally. The public channel was full of his emotions, hence I requested a private conversation with Ritza. What are these in my head? I couldn't wrap my mind around what these noises could be, but he kept making noise without properly communicating. Stop! It's so loud! I requested Ritza to remain calm, to settle down. His emotions kept pouring out, while the noise became louder and louder. I'm supposed to test you. Where? Fear of being lost. Worry for another girl in red with a bow and arrow. Dilemma, pain, her past, his ambition. The entwining thoughts pouring out shamelessly made even myself embarrassed instead. I exhaled before reconnecting to the public channel, requesting a clearance of the premises. Someone conveyed that they had contacted clerics. I conveyed gratefulness in return, reaching down to provide Ritza with subtle emotions of comfort, while placing a small serving of spirit stones to perhaps soothe their mind. What are you doing? Stay back! He pulled out a gun, aimed at me. I blanked out. What is he thinking? Why aren't you talking? Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. Telepathy, empathy versus speaking is an interesting thought experiment, for sure. Can somebody let me know how many stories we have unlocked? As far as I know, we only have one unlocked, so somebody let me know if we have any more unlocked. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Alright, so in Mysten's note, so I did copy down the whole note, but I realized a lot of it is just Mysten's, thoughts about the story rather than questions. So you can take a look at that. I hope you guys can read that, can you? But you can take a look at that if you want. But the main thing to talk about is at the end. So how I like my reviews. Spicy, hot, and crispy, and they give me the sweet, sweet relief of sweet milk afterwards. I like to be left sweetened after the burns, thanks. So what I'm going to do, knowing that, is I'm going to go through the critique first and then do the praise. I'm not very familiar with that setup, so I apologize if, I don't know, if it doesn't go the best, but I will just start by saying I loved this story. I loved this use of the prompt. I thought it was fantastic. And this is one of those stories where it's like, if on my first read, as I just read it and look at it as a whole, I'm like, that was fantastic. I loved it. But the more that I look into it, the more I find to critique about it. And so I do have quite a few critiques about the story, but overall, what I'm left with when I read, I have read the story multiple times, and every time I read the story, I'm kind of left with this feeling of, I love that story. That's such a good story. Oh, kitty, you want out? You want in? I mean,
Come here. Come here, silly. Come here, silly cat.
And so yeah, I guess I'll just start going into trivia question first. It seemed like a simple misunderstanding, but at the same time, not really. After all, the main character could get so much information from Ritza simply thinking. But what do you think of this interpretation? What are your thoughts on the process of turning thoughts into language and words? Or is it noise for you, like the main character and the people around him seems to believe? And lastly, do you think the main character is human? Explore these questions as you wish. I'm not sure I fully understand what the question is for that first bit, but I can answer the second bit, which is that I did think that the main character is human. Hearing you say that, I don't think that anymore. Or well, I guess, actually, as I read that, I thought you were talking about Ritza, but you were talking about the viewpoint character. The viewpoint character I was more iffy on. I definitely thought Ritza was human, but the main character, I'm open to both. I definitely had both options in mind.
Kitties.
All right. Oh yeah, so was it clear to you guys who was talking and who was thinking? Was that clear? And then, I guess I'll ask, I had a big question about the story. So this isn't that big of a deal. Like, this isn't something that detracted, really. It's just something that I was like, it's a thought that I was thinking about as I read the story. So we know what Ritza is saying because we know English, but the main character doesn't, and we'll talk about that. But the main character does not know what Ritza is saying. It's just noise to him or to them, and it's interesting. It creates this interesting thing where, in one sense, I really like knowing what he's saying and like hearing the pain and desperation and confusion. I can really feel the emotion in this piece, and I like that a lot. And I love this last line. Like, what is he thinking? Why aren't you talking? That is chef's kiss. But there is this element of the fact that we can understand what he's saying creates a dissonance between us and the main character. I can't remember if you were the person who was asking me if it would be okay if all of one character's dialogue was in another language. And if you were, I totally get it now, because that would create a different vibe. And I don't know if it would have been like a better or worse story overall to do that, but it would have made us connect more with the main character if all the words were like gibberish or something. They were in another language. So I don't know if it would have been too much for me to be like, okay, there's an ad coming, FYI. I don't know if it would have been so much that I would have trouble reading it. So that's definitely a concern for sure. But just in terms of like the story itself and what might improve the story, it's definitely a question I have of, does us as the reader knowing something the main character doesn't, does that improve the story, or would it actually be better for us to be more in the head of the main character and it to sound like gibberish to us? So I think that the weakest part of the story, I guess, is this first line, because a lot of what is being discussed, well, I guess it's like all of this in a way. A lot of what's being discussed is kind of confusing and isn't really important. Like, the tasks aren't specified and don't come up again. The spirit stones do come up again, but they're the thing I feel the most lost about. I don't really understand what they are. Like, is it a food? Like, he says, like, a serving of them. Like, are they food to them? Are they, what are they? It's really not important to the story that I know. And so I think they can be taken out, and so I can not be confused. You can remove the confusion that they cause, give yourself some extra words, because the story totally makes sense without mentioning them at all, and makes less sense mentioning them. There is also like a slight question of potentially with this line, with my current stash, I wouldn't remain mentally stable for long, just enough for a few days. That could imply that that is the problem of the story, of like, hey, I need more spirit stones. That's what the story is going to be about. But it's not. And so it's another thing that's like, here's this information that we're given to set up the story, but it doesn't really actually set up the story. I guess I'll go into this one then, because it's related. So I very much think that personally, I would remove all the stuff about the tasks and the spirit stones and how long they would last, and use it to talk about the physical setting, because the physical setting was one of the biggest confusions that I had in this piece, because incredulous, I began sending my thoughts alongside the others who also questioned the strangely dressed figure whom no one had noticed before. I don't know how to describe it well, but it reads like it's just a statement of like, here's the figure who no one noticed before. But I can't place this figure in space and time. I don't know where we are. I don't know if everybody in the public channel is in a physical place together. I don't know if they're across the world. I don't know if they're across the city. I don't know physically what's going on. And so when you say there's this strangely dressed figure whom no one had noticed before, I can't figure out where they are in space. And so the way that it ends up reading is it ends up reading like they are physically in the chat. They are physically in the telepathic channel. Either in the sense of like they, as a physical human being, are somehow literally physically inside people's minds. Or it reads like they are a virus come to life. They're like this dark figure, this strangely dressed figure that appeared in people's minds, that appeared in the channels and stuff like that. So it's, like I said, there's no setup of physically what's going on. There's only the setup of what is mentally going on, and then these more confusing details about these spirit stones. And so it's very hard to conceptualize what is actually going on. Like, are they somehow physically inside people's minds? Are they physically in a spot that is nowhere near the main character, but because the main character can hear everyone's thoughts, they can see this person because somebody else is seeing this person? And so, like, the image of the person gets, travels through the mental grapevine, and they can visualize it. Or is it like, hey, here we all are in the temple doing our tasks, and there's this person, like, here they are, we all can see them, we're all thinking about them, kind of thing. It's really hard to tell what's going on in that sense. And so I very much feel like a lot of the words that were used to set up things that didn't really need to be set up and kind of end up being confusing would be much better used, like actually setting up the physicality of the space so that it makes sense when I get here where they are in space. And a similar thing to discuss here. A particularly atrocious thought appeared in the public channel, a form of communication using vocal cords. So, a form of communication using vocal cords. So either someone appears who is speaking with vocal cords, or somebody has a thought. What would it be like if people spoke with vocal cords? And the former is what's actually happening, but the latter is what this implies. Somebody showed up who speaks with vocal cords, and they're like, whoa, that is an action. That is something that happened. Somebody showed up and started speaking with vocal cords. And I get the fact that, like, their entire communication is thought. And so I get that what you're probably trying to convey there is somebody shows up, they're speaking with their vocal cords, everybody's thinking about it. Like, they see it, they think about it, we're all thinking, kind of thing. But especially because we haven't really quite been properly introduced to what this world is and what's going on, having that line of a particularly atrocious thought appeared in the public channel seems much more like somebody's thinking about it, not literally somebody showed up and they're speaking with vocal cords, if that makes sense. Okay, so this isn't that big a deal, but it could be something interesting to discuss. So, ideas, thoughts, meaningful understandings. That is a fragment, and I think it's an intentional fragment. And in one sense, it works. It's like, hey, ideas, thoughts, meaningful understandings. It's well understood that you can't encompass that, with words, spoken words. What was I going to say? But the fragment does trip me up a little bit, that it's like ideas, thoughts, meaningful understandings, period. It was well understood, so I feel like either doing, hello? I'm not, there it is again. I don't know if that would be a semicolon, because that isn't a full sentence, and semicolons separate full sentences, but I wouldn't have complained, I don't think, if you'd done that. You could also do that, perhaps. That would be a lot clearer. Or, interestingly, I wonder if it would have worked better for me if you had done this. If you had fragmented it further and just, I don't know how to describe what that does, but that does something different for me that I like, that just kind of going, ideas, thoughts, meaningful understandings. It was well understood that mere sounds couldn't encompass their entirety. I think this is meant to be there, but it couldn't encompass their entirety. I don't know if others agree. I wish I knew how to better explain it, but that works a bit better for me. To be clear, it does work as it is. It's ever so slightly trips me up, but not bad at all. Don't quite remember what I was thinking when I wrote that note. We'll come back to the stuff I like. So I am curious what's going on here with the private conversation. This one doesn't trip me up as much as the earlier stuff that I mentioned. It's a very slight, but I'm wondering what I'm supposed to be envisioning here, especially because I don't have the physical understanding of the scene. But the image that I got was basically either he showed up in Discord, he showed up in the Gen chat, he is just airing out his dirty laundry, spamming the chat, and basically the main character is a mod, mutes him, and then DMs him. Another option could be that we're in Discord again, and here we all are in a voice chat, and main character is sitting in his desk kind of doing other things, and we're just kind of hanging out and maybe chatting a little bit as we hang out and do our work. And then some random person shows up and starts, blasting speed metal or just, again, airing out their dirty laundry or whatever, just spamming the chat in one way or another. And again, main character is a moderator and is okay, taking you out of that public voice chat, bringing you into a one-on-one chat. I don't know if that's a common thing, but that's something in my tabletop role-playing server that my DM will do, that when he needs to talk about our characters one-on-one, he has a public voice chat and then a one-on-one. Well, they're both public, but he has the group voice chat and then the one-on-one chat. And so I don't know how he does it, but he can pull you out. He can pull you from the group chat into the one-on-one chat, and it's a wacky experience. It's I'm over here now. But that's another option for what it could be. But it also, again, because I don't have physical understanding of what's going on, it almost seems like he teleports. Especially the first time I read it, or they teleport, sorry. That it seems here they are, here's the image that I got. Here they are at their desk, they're working, and then they just in the channel, in the telepathic channel, this weird image comes to mind. They're there's some dude on the street, a couple blocks down, and like, he's wearing weird clothes and he's talking with his vocal cords. It's like, what? And so then they're like, okay, you're spamming the public chat. And so it kind of reads like he teleports. Like, here he is in his office, thinking about, they're like this person on the street, and then he teleports to the guy on the street. I don't know if that's what you intended, but like I said, I have no physical understanding of what's going on in this scene, and so I can't really refute it. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if here we all are. Everybody in the public chat is in one building, and this dude just shows up, and so main character just walks up to him and is like, hey, what you doing, man? Or if another option is that, well, no, I was going to say another option is that they're not physically in the same place at all, but that cannot be possible because he cannot pull a gun on the main character if they are not physically in the same location. So either he teleports to the same location somehow, or they already were in the same location. But as I said, I really can't tell which is which. Or what it's supposed to be, I mean. Not that big a deal, but I also feel like saying initiated instead of requested, because request kind of implies that you need to accept it. And so kind of going with the Discord idea, like if a stranger DMs you, that gets put in your message requests, not your DMs. And so if that's an accurate image, well, Ritsu would not accept that DM because he won't even see it. Like, he won't even see that message request because he doesn't know what he's looking at. And so I do think that, like, it works because I can make that jump from request to initiated being the same thing. But I do think just saying, like, hence I initiated a private conversation is like, I'm here now. We're doing this kind of thing. Again, very small critique, not that big a deal, but I really don't know what these would mean. And so I kind of feel like what are you doing in my head would work a little better and feel a little more punchy and pointed there as well. So I think I mentioned this earlier, but so this idea, I couldn't wrap my mind around what these noises could be, but he kept making noise without properly communicating. This is great. I love having this information of like, oh, hey, the main character does not understand what's being said. But I think it needs to be stated earlier, because at the beginning, this reaction of like a form of communication using vocal cords, it could apply to either like this person, like the main character has never seen this before, or it can be like, oh, how base, like he's using his vocal cords like a plebeian. Oh my goodness, that kind of thing. And then this idea of ideas, thoughts, meaningful understandings was well understood that mere sounds couldn't encompass their entirety. Mere shapes couldn't show them accurately. That also conveys, like, seems to corroborate the, plebeian idea where it's like, yeah, we tried to talk with our words and we decided that sucked. So we decided that was just, like, base and not the best, form of communication. And so that's definitely, like, the premise that I was operating under. Like, okay, like, they've basically evolved so that they used to speak with words, with speaking, and then they evolved to telepathic communication because they realized that's the way better form of communication. And so then this idea of, like, oh, hey, no, actually, the main character is not familiar with this at all. They can't even wrap their head around the sounds. That is great. That is really important clarification. I just need to know that way back at the beginning. Mouth sounds, how passe. Yes, exactly. Again, small thing, but worry for another girl in red. I feel like this should be either worry for a girl in red or worry for another in red. Because Testia is the only girl we have been introduced to so far, and so it seems odd for the main character to go another girl in red when it's like, have we been introduced to a previous girl in red? kind of thing. This isn't that big a deal, kind of a world building thing, but I am curious what it means to clear the premises, like how they're able to mute themselves when it's telepathic. Not that important to know, just I'm curious. I like the gun thing. It's very dramatic. I enjoy the, like, oh boy, things are getting serious here at the end. Like, it definitely feels like everything's ramping up, which I really like. It did stick out a little bit to me after Bow and Arrow, because when I read Bow and Arrow, I'm like, okay, so this person is basically from, like, a more medieval, like, fantasy world. It gotcha. And so then when he has a gun, I'm like, maybe not. And I understand that, like, D&D has, like, different classes and stuff, and some of them have, like, guns and stuff. Just threw me a little bit. But and I'm trying to think how I do explain this, that there is a sense of, like, we don't really know what the brain channels entail. And in one sense, I'm kind of thinking we don't need to understand. But in another sense, I'm kind of thinking we kind of do, because I think some of my questions very much pertain to me not having a full understanding of how that works and stuff like that. I don't know. But anyways. Oh, the other thing I was going to say is I was talking about Discord and stuff, and Discord is the image I had the whole time. Then I was thinking about the word tasks. Then I started thinking of Among Us. And it's like, here I am. I'm not an imposter. I'm just doing my tasks. Like, okay, and this is maybe a game where we can hear, like, everybody chatting and stuff. Oh no, and an imposter shows up. Like, is what I thought of once I reread the tasks thing. But anyways, let us talk about the things that I liked about this story now that I have gone through my critiques of it. So I think I said this before, but I adore the premise of this story, and I think this was the last story I read as I was going through them, like, the first time, and I was like, that's a cool use of the prompt. I absolutely adore this use of the prompt, and not just. And, like, there's this depth to it as well, where it's not just this idea of, like, oh, people speaking different languages. It is this idea of what can thoughts convey that words can't, and what can words convey that thoughts can't, and, like, the relationship between thoughts and words, and you know, thinking and talking, which I really like this title, actually. It's a very simple title, but for some reason I like it a lot. It really conveys the vibes of the story, I guess. Yeah, so, like, this story isn't just about this, like, translation, being lost in translation. It is also about, you know, the fundamental differences between thoughts and speech. And I love using this alien creature that can only speak with their thoughts, you know, to discuss that idea. I think that's very cool. I absolutely love the vibes of a form of communication using vocal cords, even if I, like, initially misinterpreted the attitude towards it. Regardless, I love the emotion in that line of just, like, what? Even if either way, if it's like, I can't wrap my brain around this, why would you ever do this? Versus, like, oh, how passe kind of thing. Either way, there's a lot of emotion in that line, you know, exacerbated by the words being bolded, and it's like, what? I like that a lot. And I do like this idea of, like, you can't convey things with sounds. This thought of, you know, sounds can't convey, like, the entirety of an idea, which is very true. That and often can get us into trouble. Like, this story makes you wonder, like, if we were able to speak with thoughts, would misunderstandings be non-existent, or would they still happen? You know, would we always be able to convey exactly what we mean, or would we still run into misunderstandings?
Kitty.
And there's also, like, the element of sometimes you'll think something and not really mean it. Like, you might have a dark thought, you know, all of a sudden, or your first thought might be, like, insulting or rude, and then you're like, no, recorrect. No, we're not doing that. And then you say the nicer thing. And so, like, that, if you only spoke with thoughts, everybody would get the worst thing first. Is there, oh, okay, I was gonna say, is there a lag? That is an unforeseen issue with the lag goblin and flesh horse emojis, that they kind of signal to me that lag is happening, but you might just want to use them to be sneaky or something.
Oh, you're cute, kitty.
So yeah, I like this idea of, like, what? Like, why would you ever try to use sounds? That can't convey ideas, kind of thing. And I didn't notice at first, but I feel like unthinkable was probably a very intentional word. That it's literally not thinking. Like, they're talking, they're not thinking. I like that a lot. Like I said, I absolutely love Ritsa's emotions. I can really feel that and like emote that as I'm reading it. I love this too, like this idea of, like, it's just like confusion, anxiety, like information, memories just pouring out because they don't understand how to speak telepathically and how to control your thoughts and compartmentalize them, or maybe they can't in the way that the main character can. And that's really interesting and cool, and I like that image. Like, it's kind of this image of just like a landslide or a mudslide of emotion, you know, pouring out somewhere. Like I said, it's like spamming, you know, the gen chat or the voice chat, but instead of it being this malicious act of like, let's, you know, mess with people, it's completely unintentional, and it's just coming out, which is also related to where'd it go? I really like this line here, like, the entwining thoughts pouring out shamelessly made even myself embarrassed in his stead, which is a neat idea of in, like, a telepathic society, because you kind of have to decide, like, can people filter their thoughts or can't they in a telepathic society? And your society seems to be able to indeed filter their thoughts, and so it's like, ugh, like, dude, your thoughts are showing, like, all your deepest, darkest secrets, they're out, you know, kind of like getting caught with your pants being pulled down or something. So I really like that idea of, like, oh man, like, I can see and hear everything that you're thinking and feeling, and it's a lot, and I'm embarrassed for you. Like, I would feel ashamed if I were in your position, and that's, I like that idea so much. It just adds so much character and, like, world to the story. Patrick, your genius is showing. Amazing. I like this line too, like, especially with your formatting, you know how to use formatting quite well. But, like, oh my gosh, like, I can't even communicate normally. And that's such a neat idea, because it's like, they are communicating, it's just a different form of communication. And so the main character is going, they don't understand the baseline of communication, and we're going, they do, it's just a different form. And that's a neat thing, like, in this you know, this person or alien's mind. They're like, this isn't communication, this is just noise, they don't know how to communicate. And so I like that a lot. Same thing here, like, he kept making noise without properly communicating. Again, like that idea. I like that it's so loud. That's, again, love the emotion there. Yeah, and then I'm really curious, like it says here, like I reached down to try to provide Ritsu with subtle emotions of comfort. I'm curious if that worked. I'm curious because it kind of seems like nothing is getting through to Ritsu, that they're trying to convey thoughts to and feelings to him, and it's just not getting through. But at the same time, it might be more of a situation of everything's getting through. That, yeah, like, the main character sending, like, comfort to Ritsu is working. It's just that there's so much else going on and so much else coming into his head that it's why can't I think of the word? It just, doesn't make an impact, basically. So I'm very curious about that. I like that idea too, of like the main characters trying to help and kind of this idea of, and in a way that is similar to, like, you could be talking to someone in another language and they could be saying, like, remain calm, but maybe, like, the gesture that they're making or just the mental state that you're in, you think that it's a threat, when actually it's the opposite of that. And that's, kind of what's going on here, like that. And then totally feel this, totally makes sense that he's like, okay, maybe put on some emotional pants here, put on some mental pants, and, cover that up, cover your memories up, cover your shame up, and then it just keeps getting worse, because Risa does not understand what's going on, and it's just getting more overwhelmed and more emotional, and so it's getting worse, and I really like that, and like I said, I like the ramp up of action and emotion in this piece, and so that feels like that here, where it's like the more you try to stop someone from having an emotional meltdown, the more they're going to be emotional and have a meltdown. The more they're going to be emotional and continue to melt. And so that's what's going on here, and that's really interesting. I really like the stuff here of, like, fear of being lost, like dilemma, paint, her past, his ambition. That's really cool. And, like, the disjointed italics and non-italics, kind of like potentially some of these are direct thoughts and some of these are just general vibes. I like that a lot. And then I like that it fully ramps up, despite being a little thrown off by the gun. I like that things get fully ramped up by the end. It goes from, like, what's going on? I'm confused. What's happening? All right, private chat, bud. And then to, like, threat, actual threat, because he doesn't understand what's going on. And that really, like, like I said, the emotion of this piece, the action of this piece is really great. And then I am curious about this blanked outline. If, like, the main character, like, stops thinking, if they have no thoughts, and how that is how that happens. And like I said before, I adore this ending. Like, this ending, like, gives me goosebumps. Like, I don't even know how to properly describe it, but I just love so much that, like, what is he thinking? Why aren't you talking? Like, this is, like, the point of the whole piece, but it's not done in a way where it's like, yeah, we get it, that's the point. It's like, no, it works. It works really well. Like, it's the climax of the piece where they are addressing it directly, of Rita being, or not Rita, the main character being like, what is he thinking? Why is he pulling this gun on me? I can't understand what he's thinking. And the Rita being like, why aren't you talking? And both of them being like, why aren't you communicating, when they are both trying to communicate. I think that is really cool, and I like that a lot. Yeah. Person one panics. Person two slaps person. Person one, did you just slap me? Person two, I was trying to calm you down. Person one, why would that calm me down? Exactly. Let's see. Brain terminal. Did he have it interesting? Yes. Oh, I see. So Massa was saying that there were some lag goblins, but just on his end. Gotcha. Oh, nice. I was wondering because Massa said, Enrique, Domingo, knock it off, and lag goblins. Apparently, they're characters from Colombia in a separate roleplay. I decided to name my lag goblins after them. I intended at some point to draw them. That is awesome. Ah, memory pants! Yes! Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. I don't know if I addressed that one before. Just one. Ghoulish says, almost halfway to 2. Gotcha. Add a bits. Fair enough. Death says, I need to do some chores. Here's some bits until I get back. Thank you so much. Era says, honestly, one thing that confused me was the very ending. Who was speaking what in the last few lines? It lacked tags, so I got confused as to who was saying what. Why did the telepathic speaker blank out, too? Yeah, I was definitely wondering about the blank out. I do think I'm pretty confident in this, but you can always be wrong. But I'm pretty sure everything that has quotes on them is Ritza, because all of the things that have quotes are spoken out loud. And so what is he thinking is the main character because it doesn't have quotes around it. And this is Ritza because it does. But I got that, and I don't know how clear that was to everyone else, or if it maybe got lost in the action and stuff. So it sounds like maybe that was happening for you. Thank you for the cheers, Norman. Interesting. Which this reminds me, that's one part of the Ellimist Chronicles, where the Andalites, centaur like aliens with no mouths, use sign language with their many-fingered hands until the Ellimist starts using thought speak. Interesting. Yes, wait, the fact that they know what vocal cords are means that these beings have vocal cords, or once had vocal cords. That could also be part of why I had that confusion of, like, thinking that they evolved past it, basically. That they totally know what it's like to speak with vocal cords, or their species did in the distant past. It just seems very crass now, as opposed to, I do not understand what you're doing. Exactly. Thank you for the cheer, Makokam. Guns are older than we think. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not possible to have guns and swords or bows and arrows in the same time period. I mean, heck, in my new obsession, Moriarty, in the second opening, they literally have Sherlock using a gun and Moriarty using a sword. Like, yes, you can have them both in the same fight. But I'm just saying, like, I guess, like, for me personally, when I got, like, Worry for Another Girl in Red with a bow and arrow, I mean... I guess maybe in Red should contradict this, but I was definitely imagining like this as kind of like a druid type character, like in the trees, like wearing leaves with a bow and arrow and stuff. So leaves can be red, so I guess it still could be red. But I was imagining this very like much more primitive sort of thing, and so then to go from like imagining like this character wearing leaves in the trees with a bow and arrow to gun, that felt like a jump. And maybe that was just a me problem that I wasn't imagining it right. But it definitely didn't seem to fit for me. Yeah, and it says, but yeah, guns are pretty old, but they weren't as OP as they are now for a while. Like pistols are pretty cool when you don't only have one shot and more than two opponents. Yeah, very fair. Like, I guess, yeah, if you had specified the type of gun and it was specified as an older gun, I probably would have been like, yeah, okay, that works. But just saying gun, I was like, modern pistol next to tree person, kind of thing. Fair. Not many people like suddenly gun. Yeah. Intrusive thoughts too. Yes, exactly. Like intrusive thoughts would get through both the impulsive thoughts and the intrusive thoughts, and they would all get through, potentially, and that's a concern. Calm down! No, you're yelling at me! Exactly. We're more than halfway to 2, says Mako. Nice. Oh, thank you for the cheer, Norman. 75%. Nice. It might be better to be like, it's making sound. Oh, for the vocal cords thing, like, yeah, that could work. Like a form of communication using sound. Yeah, that would totally work. That would convey the same exact vibes as what you had before. Ah! Okay. Whoa! Oh my gosh. Good lord. This ding-dang computer. Okay, are we back? I'm not gonna try to fix it now, but yes, that would convey the same thing. Yep, swords are still standard issue into the 1800s, for officers at least. Mm-hmm. On guns and swords, don't forget that the musketeers would call that because they use muskets. If it said musket, I think I would have been fine. If it was just like, he pulled out a musket, I would have been like, that fits. But or I would have like only had to rejigger a little. But like I said, going from primitive society with bow and arrows to modern day gun, you know, it's different. Suddenly space, yes, exactly. A flintlock would work. Yep, that would work as well. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, this, our matchlock. Either of those words, I would have been like, "Yep, I'm cool with this." All right. Thank you so much for submitting, Mysten. This is a great story. It's time to move on to the midstream question, but I don't have one. So, why don't y'all submit, some midstream questions for me if you got them, and I can try and think of stuff myself.
Oh, you have to look at the kitty. Look at him. He's so cute. Little kitty. So soft, he's a little pillow.
See, he has no problems when he has his throne.
When he's got his chair, no problems at all.
Oh, I hear Bella.
Hello, kitty. Well, I'm about to go on my break.
I'm just trying to think of stuff because I tend to try to think of stuff like from my week or something. I guess an idea I might have is, so as I mentioned, I have a new obsession, and it has been a while since I had an obsession, and I was honestly already thinking about, like, if I didn't talk about my whole debacle about it, but I just have been thinking, like, this week that I didn't realize how long it had been since I had, like, this, a fandom, a series that I'm like, this is my new obsession, this is the thing that I'm into. And I'm really curious how many people have that experience where it's not just like, this was a nice series, it's like, this this thing, like, this is my life right now, you know, kind of thing, and how good that feels. And so maybe I could ask something about that, of like, do you know what that feels like? Is that, do you like that feeling? And maybe like, how do you write a story that like would cause that for you? But I don't know if that's a weird question or if I'm the only one who experiences that. So do you like that, or do you want to do something else?
Oh, kitties.
Literally me right now. You have an obsession and passes with me all the time. Or are you guys are you guys responding to yes, I have the obsession, or something else? That is my new favorite gif from you, Green. Green sent the I like gif again. So Green likes the question. Kitties are getting restless. Nice. Reinkarnitor. I'm watching the anime Yuri Camp. Watched all 2 seasons and movie the last 3 days, and now I watched season 3. Amazing. Well, it sounds like people can relate, so maybe I'll jot it down. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Wolf says, if you want to save this one, you can. Well, you say you like it when a story transcends. How about something like, how do you elevate a story to something greater than just a story, or something like that? We can do that if you guys prefer it, but I will pin it at least, so we can potentially do that next time. But let me try and write down what I was talking about here. How do I phrase that?
Thank you, kitty.
Oh no. You were so close. You almost did it. She almost got over the baby. She almost got over the baby. The keyboard without messing up. Tippity tippity. Yeah. Okay, go down. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so do you know how it feels to be obsessed with a particular series? Is that, well, I guess I should say series or story, because sometimes they're standalone. Is that a feeling you enjoy? Do you get obsessed with your own stories the way you do other people's creations? How do you think you might go about writing a series that becomes people's obsession? This is something that might differ based on taste, so how might you write a series that you would get obsessed with if you weren't the one writing it? the up there. I don't know if you, yeah, I think you could see it, that it went to the help tag, and so it's like, so are you crying for help? Yeah, so we'll try it. I don't know if this is a good question, but we'll see. But yes, I will go get a snack. I don't know if you can hear my stomach growling, but it is. So I will get a little snacky poo, and come back and see what you guys have to say. Oh, I need to get out music. Okay, hold on. My camera's a blacker black than the Twitch chat. All right, here we go. Okay, I am here.
Here I is. And there's the bella. Oh, there's the bella.
Okay. I don't know if I gave people enough time to answer. I felt like it was normal time, but I don't see as many answers as I usually do. Maybe people don't know how to answer. Maybe not everyone can relate. I guess I'll say my answer first and then give you some more time to jot down more of yours. So, do you know how it feels to be obsessed with a particular series story? Absolutely. Is that a feeling you enjoy? Absolutely. I don't know how exactly to describe it to people who potentially don't experience this, but like it's just something that, like, at least for me, just makes your days brighter. That it's something that's like, I really like this thing and I'm just excited to, like, okay, so my obsession right now is Moriarty the Patriot, and it is my manga debacle. I am getting the manga, but I can't get it just yet. But I've been watching the anime to hold me over, and it just, like, gives me something to look forward to, that I'm like, okay, I can watch the anime. I can watch an episode tonight, and, like, I can watch it and get inspired and then go write afterwards and stuff like that. And it's just a wonderful feeling to have that, and something that just, like, helps me get up in the morning and be excited to face the day and stuff like that. And, like, when I was younger, when I was, mentally not doing well, like, this sort of thing, like having just a series that it's like, I really love this thing and wanting to watch more of it, is the kind of thing that kept me going and, like, potentially kept me alive. Because having something that you want to wake up for is a big deal when you don't want to get up. In general, when life isn't enough, like having this thing where it's like, you know what, life kind of sucks right now, but this thing, I really like this thing. And I know I would guess that people who experience full-on depression might lose that. Like, they might, I have not, if I have had it, it has only been in grief. I don't experience, like, clinical depression throughout my life, but I feel like people who experience that might potentially have that, that apathy that comes over them might be worse, because maybe where they usually have, like, these obsessions, these things they love, it's, like, replaced with apathy. And I can imagine that being horrible. But luckily, if I got to that place, it was only at, like, one point in my life. In general, oh, kitty cat.
Oh, kitty cat.
That in general, this is the sort of thing that can really keep me going on my darkest days. And so it's not just like, oh, this is nice. It's like, no, this is actually really helpful at times. Really, really nice. And so, yeah, just like, and I think I started this by saying, like, it has been a while since I had one, and I didn't even realize how long it's been, but just this feeling of, like, this thing, I love this thing, I'm excited to wake up and watch more of my thing, is just an amazing feeling that I absolutely love so much, and miss. Do you get obsessed with your own stories the way you do other people's creations? This one's harder for me to answer. I feel like the answer is, like, yes and no, that I do, like, get obsessed with my own characters and creations, but not in the same way as I do with other stuff. Like, it's a similar feeling, but it's a bit different, because, like, the things outside, myself are, I just interact with them and feel about them differently than I do about the things that came out of me, and I can still be like, this thing, I love this thing about, my own writing, but it's not quite the same, especially because, like, sometimes the obsession can also come with that idea of like, I'm excited to watch more, or I'm excited to read more and get more of this story. And the obsession can certainly continue after I've finished something, but there's something special about that before time, that time when you don't know what's going to happen next, you know, and with my own writings, I have to write what happens next, and so I can't really have that feeling of, what's gonna happen next? I'm ready for the next episode. It's like, you have to put in the work to make the next episode. So it's a different feeling. How do you think you might... Well, okay, I think I'm going to answer the second one first. So, this is something that might differ based on taste. So how might you write a series that you would get obsessed with if you weren't the one writing it? I think I have talked about this before on streams, but I like characters, and I do get obsessed with like a series or a fandom as a whole, but that generally only happens, I mean, maybe there's a few times where it hasn't, but that generally only happens if there's at least one character, if not multiple, that like I'm obsessed with that character. I really like this character, and so for me, that's kind of how I'd go about it, and kind of how I do go about my writing, as I think I've stated before, that it's like, how would I write a series that it's like, yes, this is my thing? You know, if I weren't the one writing it, that I would arrive at it and think that I read about the types of characters that I enjoy, the types of characters that I'd get obsessed with. There is an ad coming, FYI. So yeah, for me, it's like, create this type of character that I love. And it was really interesting with Moriarty, because with Moriarty, that character is Sherlock, but I wish I knew what flipped in my mind, because like when he first got introduced, I'm like, oh yeah, he's cool. I don't know what flipped to make me go, uh-oh, I'm about to get obsessed with this character in this series. If I knew, you know, what flipped in my mind, I would, I'd be able to say it now and be like, yes, I would write that. I would write that flip into my stories, but I don't know what it is. And then how would I go about writing a series that becomes people's obsession? That one's much harder to answer, because like, I think people get, I mean, like I said, this could differ based on taste, and so I think different people might get obsessed with different things in different ways. And so for me, like, I might have obsessions with characters, but for other people it might be more plot based, or more like, I really like the way that this like story as a whole is written. Or it could be more world building based, where it's like, I'm just obsessed with this world. I don't really know how it feels to be in other people's minds and other people's obsessions. And so I don't know if I can fully answer or know how I might go about trying to write something that would widespread, could become people's obsessions. All I can do is write the way that I know would make me obsessed if I came across the series, and make great characters, and hopefully that would, you know, do the same for others. But who knows? All right. In the not so private chat, I just see Green says, yes, no, I'd get drunk with power and pirates. Like, let's see here. So, do you know how it feels to be obsessed with a particular story? Yes. Is that a feeling you enjoy? Yes. Do you get obsessed with your own stories? No. How do you think you might go about writing a series that becomes people's obsession? I get drunk with power. How would you write something you would be obsessed with? Pirates. Valid. I guess that relates to what we were talking about last week, or the week before, where I was like, apparently I like the mermaid stories. Apparently I like the sirens and the mermaids and the pirates. So apparently that'd work with me too. Massa says, I don't know if I enjoy my obsessions per se. At first they seem fun. Then I get to the point where I'm following them even when it seems like a chore, just because I'm obsessed. Interesting. I don't know if I can get obsessed the same way about my stories and the same way I get with other people's stories. But given my willingness to talk about genre break with anyone who shows the slightest interest, I would say there's a different flavor of obsession there. So kind of same answer I had. But it's different between being a fan and being a creator. For sure, exactly. Excuse me, I'm very curious about, like, it becoming a chore? Like, is it kind of like, as the obsession is waning, you're like, oh, I feel like I still need to love this, and so it kind of becomes a chore? Or are you still like in love with it, but it becomes a chore? And I just saw Massa adding, how to make someone else's property more exciting. Hardcore shipping. Not saying that's my answer, but I know that's the answer for some people. Indeed, that is definitely what makes some people obsessed with something, is that they ship certain characters. So that could be the answer for, like, how do you go write a series that other people would be obsessed with? That's definitely something to think about. The ship bait or the actual ship that people could get obsessed with. Wolf says, I get obsessed with media very easily, as someone with ADHD is wont to do. Most recently, I got into the Locked Tomb series by, I don't know how to read that. I'm still waiting for book 4. I enjoy engaging with it, but not so much the feeling of now what afterwards. Yeah, that can be the issue of, like, if the obsession is based on, like, I want to see the next thing. I'm so excited for the new episode, then, like, potentially that might continue afterwards, or potentially maybe it dwindles afterwards, and then that's sad. As my extensive knowledge of genre break and my 12+ genre break OCs has shown, yes, I do get heavily invested into others' work as well. Oh yeah, I honestly wasn't even thinking of, like, other writers here in the archive. But yeah, that totally works too. That's a high compliment if you're obsessed with other people in the archive's writings right now. As for my own work, I do get obsessive, but in a different way. I'm a perfectionist, so I constantly worry about word choice and the like. I'm constantly trying to make those worlds good. So not so much the, like, I'm in love with this, and more so, this has to be good kind of thing. As for how you write something that others will obsess over, I think you have to care a lot about what you write. People can tell whether you care or not. That's why Maraway has been on the back burner. I came up with a wild world, but I'm having trouble picturing the types of characters that live there. I'm working on it, mostly by adding things that are even more insane. I mean, cheese farmers that have to deal with cheese demons. How wild is that? For sure. Yeah, that's a great point, that if you love with what you write, then maybe others will too. Interesting. Massa says, I will still get excited about updates or new releases in Obsession, even if I do feel it is a chore otherwise. Interesting. Makokam highlighted. Honestly, I do not know. I don't know what to compare my feelings about anything to, or how. Aww. Pat. Arith says, as a sufferer of clinical depression, I can attest to your description of having an obsession and then suddenly having it replaced with apathy. It's a very accurate capture of my experience. Oh, it is rough, but you keep fighting. The issue of that experience has shaped my writing at times, and actually draws me to different themes, like vampires, for example, and drives me to craft and express those feelings. Interesting. That makes sense. I'm so sorry you have to go through that, but it's nice that you are able to write to use that as creative fuel, and instead of it pittering out your creativity, that takes a lot of strength. Reinkarnitor. I like the feeling, and sometimes I even get sad when I get over the obsession. Yep. I can't remember if I talked about that, but I can feel similarly. Sometimes it just, like, peters out naturally, and I don't really feel the pain of it, but sometimes it's like, aw, like, I don't have any more content, and now I'm not as obsessed. It's sad. Just said, I don't know how to answer. Fair enough. Norman, still writing my answer. Might be done by next week's stream. Nice. Decoy. I do get obsessed with things. I don't get that way over my own things, though. Kind of enjoy it. I think my issue is when I start putting things I should be doing off. Yeah, that is when I'm using obsession as, like, a positive thing here, but obsession is, in some ways, an inherently negative word, and that is when the obsession can truly become a negative obsession, where it's like you're so obsessed with this that it's at the expense of other things in your life. And Gerald gets super into a video game and playing 40 hours in a weekend or whatever. Oh yeah, like video games are their own beast, at least for me. That like with video games, I have like two brands of obsession. Like the one brand is the story obsession, where it's like I'm obsessed with the story of this game. But there's another obsession of like, I need more. I need more game. I must play this game kind of thing. Just like obsessed with the playing of the game and wanting to make progress and stuff. Yeah, I know it's bad when I start dreaming of the game I'm playing. Yes, exactly. That happens to me too with the stories and stuff too. It's like, yep, I'm obsessed. And I start dreaming about the characters in the obsession. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Ulf says, the worst is when you still love a thing, but you're so behind that engaging with it makes you sad. Yeah, that's a great point as well.
You think so, Bean? You think so?
All right. Well, this has been a fun discussion. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let us move on to our encores. And as far as I know, we still only have one encore unlocked. So if you guys want to unlock more, then don't hesitate to cheer during the reading and the praise and critique of the story. Does anyone have any more bits to pony up? That is the question at hand, indeed. Yeah, Wolf. Game Obsession Type 1. I love this story! Game Obsession Type 2. Shut up and let me play the game! Yeah, exactly. Tapped says Ghoulish and Reinkarnitor has a, I guess, sad-faced robot. Game Obsession Type 3. Why is the story so bad when the world building's so good? Nice. I don't think I have really experienced that kind, but that is great. It's just 500 bits. This is Ghoulish. Gotcha.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know if you can see her. No, you can't.
All right. Let us continue on. I See a Problem by Azo. Mitchell begins, kneeling on the cold stone floor of the ritual site. See a problem. I don't, says the demon in the summoning circle. There's a smile that shows teeth on the wolf's face as she prowls the edges of her confinement. The dim ring of candles grows her shadow into a distorted giant, and the incense to help him focus doesn't do a thing to cover up the stench of blood. The circle sizzles and spits when she brushes against the barrier to test the containment lines. They both know it's not strong enough. I wanted a dead one, Mitchell tries, slowly standing up and backing away. His eyes flicker down to his summoning specifications. The runes are clear, tidy, and make perfect grammatical sense. He didn't make a mistake. I am dead, the demon croons. There's just a trivial little "un" in front. I'm really quite deceased. As dead as you're going to be in 60 seconds. 59. 58. I also specified a little one, Mitchell says, pulling out his phone and speed dialing Summoner Emergency Services. There's no point running. His car is scrap metal with seats in it. I'm so very cute and small, compared to a house. Her muzzle falls open like she's laughing silently, and there's nothing inside her except for shadows that squirm. My current form, that is. The phone picks up immediately. Summoner Emergency Services? What's your emergency? I got a tricky one, Mitchell blurts out. Great J-man at the least. Wolf form, undead. I don't know her true name. I'm at the mausoleum ritual site. You want my fur as an ingredient? Yes? The demon hums, tail swishing as she bows forward, ready to play. Shall we swap skins? I'll do it fast. Like ripping off a band-aid. You'll barely feel it. Please hurry, Mitchell hisses into the phone. Throw up those tailoids, throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. So I knew this was going to happen. I meant to mention it ahead of time. So you remember how my keyboard keeps messing up? As I was making my comments, this sort of thing kept happening where I would just try to make a comment, and instead of it actually making a comment, it would like add letters randomly to words that I didn't mean to add. And so I'm so sorry. Those typos were all me. They were not Azo. I guess I just didn't catch them on this one. Alrighty, let's begin. So, you guys here in the writing group seem to just know how to write fun demon summoning stories that I can actually enjoy. I think that somebody just gave us the 500 bits. It was Deathshead. Thank you so much, Deathshead. That is you for the week. That is fair. And Magistrate Ironlung, last of my bits before I leave. Nice. Okay, so so we have the next story unlocked, which is great. That is Reinkarnitor. Alright, so yes, you guys seem to know how to write demon summoning stories that I will actually enjoy and find fun. I think the story worked super well. I just really enjoyed it overall. I guess I'll just begin from the top. So as for the title, it's not a bad title, but I personally, at least, and I'd be curious to hear your thoughts, I personally don't think it works very well to have something be the title and then that also be the first line. Because what that does for me as a reader is when I reach the first line, instead of just like coming as a blank slate to the story and just enjoying it, it feels like a repetition. It feels like I've just read the same sentence twice. But I haven't. It's just that it was the title. And so I feel like for me, I would, it's not necessarily a bad title, and if the I See a Problem came later, I don't think I'd have a problem with it. But the fact that it's, I see a problem, I see a problem, I see a problem with I see a problem, because it ends up getting repeated. Thank you for the cheer, Makokam. But I do love Wolf Demon's response, just the simple, I don't. I think that is great. I love the eerie smile, totally works. Very curious about why you decided to go with a wolf form. You know I love wolves. Wolves are great. You get points for using a wolf. But, you know, wolf isn't usually the first thing I think of when I think of demon, you know, and it definitely isn't the first thing I think of when I think of undead. And I don't, I guess maybe we could come back to that, but, well, I don't know. So, like, I mean, even in my own story, I have a demon wolf. He's not actually a demon, but he has, like, antlers and spines and looks demonic to people's eyes. And she has, like, the swarming blackness inside her. But other than that, seems like she looks... And she smiles, too. She has a smile as well. But other than that, she seems like she looks like a normal wolf. Like, no horns or anything like that. And so, that doesn't strike me as particularly demonic. And it makes me wonder why you decided to go for that. And if maybe she was, like, stuffed into this form, that she has this grand form, and somebody put her in the form of a wolf to try to dampen her powers or something. And I guess I can talk about what I was talking about before. So, personally, and this might just be my own conceptualization, but I don't think of demons as undead. I think of them as creatures that were, like, born in hell, that are not, they could be born in hell, or they could be creatures that, you know, fell from heaven to hell. And so either way, I don't think of them as creatures who died and, you know, came back to life. Now, I do know that some conceptualizations of demons are that when people die, they become demons, so that might be what you're going for here, but, you know, so I don't usually think of demons as undead. I do like it, and we're going to talk about that in a sec. I do like that little undead thing. But it, you know, just doesn't quite, you know, fit super well together for me personally in my conceptualizations. And then you add the fact that she's a wolf, which I don't really associate with demons or undead. like, there's some dissonance to me with the form of the demon and how I might conceptualize demons, but that might just be a me problem. Maybe for everyone else, they were like, no, I totally, like, undead demon wolf, totally vibes for me, totally is what I think of for demons. So, I don't know. Anyways. I absolutely love, and I guess actually, just real quick, going back to that, there are things that you could have done to describe, in addition to like horns and stuff. If you had described black, red eyes, then immediately I would have been like, okay, that's a demon. I think it's just the fact that, like, we don't have that sort of thing, and she seems like a normal wolf, just with the smile and the blackness on the inside. That, I think that's part of it. But anyways, I really love this paragraph here. The dim ring of candles grows her shadow into a distorted giant. Love that image. Makes her look worse. The incense, to help him focus, doesn't do a thing to cover up her stench of blood. Like, he's trying, like, let's go through the senses. And I love when people use the sense of smell because it's not often used. And so we have the sense of smell, and what's trying to call me, it ain't working because she's more powerful. Her stench is more powerful. I like that. And my favorite image in this paragraph is, and maybe the whole piece, is the circle sizzles and spits when she brushes against the barrier to test the containment lines. And they both know it's not strong enough. Absolutely love that. I can totally imagine, like, that sound and that look of, like, oh, she might get through. Like, she's trying to get through, and knowing that she is going to get through. Like, that is great. I love the suspense of that. And then I like this, but it's another one of those things. Like, I like this idea of, like, I wanted a dead one. That's interesting and fun and stuff. At the same time, there's a slight dissonance for me there as well, because when you summon something, you're summoning something alive. And even if you're summoning the spirit of the dead, you're summoning the alive part of the dead person. Like, when you're like, I would like to summon my late husband, when you do that, you're trying to summon the spirit of your late husband, not the corpse of your late husband. And so it seems very odd to me to do a summoning ritual to summon something that isn't alive. It's interesting, I like it, but like I said, just a little bit dissonant. Especially because, like, she just said that she's undead. I don't know if that means all demons are undead, but it could. And so if demons are undead, can something that's undead die? And especially because I'm not super familiar with demons being undead, I don't know what the rules would be there. Like, with a vampire, like, you could stake it in the heart, and that could be what causes death. But like, I don't know what that would entail with a demon, and so I don't know if there's a way to kill something that doesn't die. You know, because there's a way to kill something that's already dead in this case. I really like this next part here of that he looks at the runes and they're clear, tidy, make perfect grammatical sense. He didn't make a mistake. I love that. Like, I feel like it still would have been a good story, but it would have been a more cliche story to just be like, all right, you didn't, cross your T there and you got the wrong demon. But instead it's like, no, it's clear. He did it right. It's just that his definition of little and dead are different from the demon's definition of little and dead, and that's really cool. That's what's lost in translation. It's like one language but lost in the translation of how you might conceptualize these different words, and I think that's really cool. I like that a lot. I absolutely love this phrasing here. There's just a trivial little "un" in front of it. I think that's fantastic. So this part I would say is my biggest critique with the piece. So it says you are going to be in 60 seconds, 59, 58. I realize now that I think this was just a scare tactic. I don't think that she really meant it. I think she's just like trying to rile him up and scare him. But especially because she starts counting down, it made me think it was very literal. It made me think, like, he actually only has a minute to live. And So I'm kind of sitting there like, dude, like, okay, I guess I get like trying to call and trying to have the last your last resort, but like you're dead. You are not getting out of this, buddy. And like presumably the rest of the conversation might even take 60 seconds on its own, without him even picking up the phone. I don't know. But anyway, so this kind of brushes up like a general thing in writing, which is that it often isn't usually the best idea to put a number to something. Sometimes it can work, but often when you put a number to something, there are, how to explain it, like people will question it. If you're just like, this person was like really big, then you're like, cool, whatever. But if they're like, this person was like 5'6" or something, it's like, I don't know if that's big, man. Kind of thing. Like now you put a number to it. Now we can question it. Now we can wonder. It's kind of like a while ago when we did the fishing story of like the ghost and stuff, when I was talking about like how many inches the walleye was, that it actually would work better just to say it's really big or it's the biggest one he's ever caught, because putting the number allowed me to look it up and realize that maybe that doesn't quite work. And so a similar but different thing here, which is that because you put an exact number on it, I was like, okay, he actually has 60 seconds to live. And that called into question, the story as it continued. And so the fact that it's just a scare tactic, I think if you had just gone, as dead as you're going to be in 60 seconds, if she'd left it at that might have worked. It was definitely the counting down that was like, okay, serious business. It's actually 60 seconds. So I think maybe just 60 seconds, that could feel like an arbitrary, like she's just saying you're going to be dead quickly. You could also be even less specific and go, as dead as you're going to be in a moment. Totally, that would totally work for me. And like, yeah, maybe it's not as scary as counting down. Counting down does add suspense. It does add that, that intensity. So I get why you wanted to do it. It's just kind of what I often talk about, which is like, the baseline of what you're trying to do is not confuse the reader. And this was something that confused the reader, at least this reader. And so it's something that I personally would sacrifice some of that suspense for, in order to not confuse the reader. I'm also curious about this line here, because like, if I had 60 seconds to live, I think I'd be running for that car no matter what. And I would try to call in the car. I would not be just standing there and calling. That kind of adds to what I was saying about the 60 seconds seeming literal influenced how I read later lines. But even if it's not 60 seconds, when I got to this line, I really question it, because I'm going, even if your car is rickety, even if it's just like shaken as it goes down the street, this is your life, and presuming that you care about your life, who cares if your car is scrap metal? Who cares if your car is rickety? Get in it and go, kind of thing. I don't know if the line means that she will turn it into scrap metal, and that means like there's no point, because like she's really strong and like she's gonna turn it into scrap metal. That works a bit better, but I do think that needs to be stated a little clearly, if that was the intent. A little more clearly, I mean. There's no point in running. She'll turn his car into scrap metal. I think that would totally work for me. I absolutely love this line. This was another one of my favorite lines. Like, oh, I am small compared to a house. It's like, what are you comparing things to? Because something that's small compared to a house is not small compared to a cat, kind of thing. I like that a lot. I like this image too, very unnatural. Like I just imagined the jaw just like falling, like like it's just bones, and that's spooky. And then seeing the shadows inside, I really like that. Kind of makes me think of the Noire King from Centaur World, but like the shadows on the inside instead of the outside. I do like calling summoner emergency services. I do think that's fun. It's like, yeah, we have a department for this. So I think that's great. I do have another critique for this line here. This line, for me personally, didn't work. And I wish I knew what your intention was with it, because that would help me, figure out how to help you, like, maybe phrase it in a way that would have worked for me. But the way this is phrased to me, like how I'd be reacting in Mitchell's situation is I would be going like, okay, like, summoner emergency services, what's your emergency? Yeah, hi, okay, I have a great demon in front of me, wolf form, undead, don't know her true name, I'm at the mausoleum ritual site, come get me. Like, that kind of thing. But this initial line reads like this. Summoner emergency services, what's your emergency? I got a tricky one, Mitchell blurts out. Great demon, at the least. Wolf form, undead. Don't know her true name. I'm at the mausoleum ritual site. Like, it very much reads like, I got a tricky little puzzle for you, officer, rather than that desperate, hey, come get me, come help, kind of thing. And so it really reads as odd to me. And I am pretty certain that it's not the intention, and so... But the only thing I can think of that maybe you intended was, I have a trickster demon. In that case, I would say that. I'd say, I've got a trickster demon. That would very much convey that. I've got a trickster demon, Mitchell blurts out. Great demon at the least. Wolf form, undead. That would totally work. But I got a tricky one. Doesn't convey the right energy to me personally. It's like, you ready to do a puzzle, officer? You like some riddles? I got a tricky little riddle for you. Like that kind of thing. I do think it's interesting they have specific ritual sites, like, planned out and stuff. I do like this idea of, like, oh, you just wanted an ingredient, right? You want my fur? Well, I'll give it to you. I'll make it your fur. I think that's great. Very intimidating. I like that a lot. The ripping off a Band-Aid thing is nice and spooky, that, like, imagining ripping off your skin like a Band-Aid is like, ugh. I like that. And I do like the please hurry is great as well. I don't know. This isn't that big a deal, but it might have just... taken the story to done the extra mile with the story. If you'd mentioned the fur earlier, that it's like, I wanted a dead one, and maybe something in there that he thinks about, like, I wanted this ingredient for, not necessarily necessary, but could be nice to like call back to that at the end. Let's see what folks have been saying. Interesting. It's like the Hellhound mixed with it's Tom from Old Gods of Appalachia. I have not seen or read that one. Hello, Hellenic. What happened to the public chat in the stream view? It looks like it got zoomed in a bunch. Are other people experiencing this? It looks the same to me. Wolf points, yes. Thank you for the cheer, Reinkarnitor. Yes, exactly. Makokam says, undead are like zombies. They died and are now not dead, but not alive. Or vampires sometimes. Yes, exactly. That is how I conceptualize the undead. Is like, okay, this is a creature that died, and then it came back somehow. And that could be a zombie, or a vampire, or, a number of different things. Those are some of the main ones. And so demon... I don't really think of a demon as this creature died and then it came back. And then it says, depending on your period and culture, demon can just be any evil, supernatural creature. I see. So it could just be the category of, like, maybe it could be kind of like a wolf zombie or a wolf vampire, wolf pyre. And just demon is the category, perhaps. And it says, in D&D lore, there's a demon named Orcus who was slain by adventurers, turned undead, became ruler over undead, later became an evil deity, died again, came back temporarily, then got defeated and sent back to death to rest as a corpse on the astral plane. Long story. Nice. Okay, yeah, so I guess that does make more sense in, like, D&D terms, because as far as I know, in D&D, like, they are, like, this race of being, like, from this dark dimension. And so that does make a little more sense as to how they could die and become an undead. I thought they were summoning a dead demon wolf corpse reagents. I don't know what you mean by reagents exactly, but like, it seems like they're trying to make, you know, something, a potion or something like that, and they need the fur, and so maybe maybe they did intend to summon a wolf, but he does say little, you know, and as if this doesn't count, and so it seems like wolf isn't what he was going for, or if it was, he wanted like a puppy. Yeah. I know what undead is, and I wrote dead, not undead. That's great. This planet will explode in 5 minutes. Oh, energy. Well, what do you mean by that exactly? Do you mean like how a show will be like, it's gonna explode in 5 minutes, and then the main characters take clearly longer than 5 minutes to save the planet? Yes, exactly that energy. And then it says, 911, what's your emergency? Wouldn't you like to know? Yes, exactly that energy. Yes. I requested a devil dog. Oh, nice. All right. Let us go on to... thank you so much for submitting, Azo. Great debut. Fantastic job. Let us go on to Reinkarnitor's story. I believe this is the last one we have unlocked currently. Reinkarnitor, if you have any questions for your story that, or you want to say how you'd like to be toasted, don't hesitate to let me know. Language and Love by Reinkarnitor. What help canst I do thou? What help can I do thou? No, John, canst, not can. Fiona grinned, her fangs sparkling up a bit in the candlelight. The power was still gone, and the entire apartment of the couple was now illuminated by candles. Fiona lay on the sofa, her head in John's lap. The atmosphere, the absence of electricity, and a few jokes. It all led to Fiona starting to tell some tales from her past, and somehow she ended up teaching her partner how people once spoke in London. This is interesting, John stated and leaned back. Even though it's the same language, it sounds so different. A lot can happen in a few hundred years. What I'm teaching you right now actually went through multiple stages before ending up as what it is today. So you remember all of it. Most, I guess. What about the 1920s slang? Absolutely ducky indeed, John chuckled. I think I know a bit about it. Wait, applesauce. What about bologna? Attaboy, well done, you are the bee's knees. They both laughed. Still, the vampire said, I'm glad that English is the way it is today. It's just easier in many ways. The expression, the length of some words and sentences. So you never miss the old days? Not everything was as hip and romantic as you youngsters imagine it, asked John. The young man smirked at that. But you called me a youngster. I am an adult, you know. Still young to me, Fiona teased him. Then why put up with me at all? 'Cause you're very mature for your age. She grinned and he laughed. That could be taken the wrong way, but I know how you mean it. He paused for a second before asking, Are you not uncomfortable talking about your age like this? I guess I'm not, she answered. Good. I don't want to trouble you, Fangs. She smiled and gave him a peck on the cheek. I love you, John. They gently hugged each other. I love thou too, milady. Throw out those tailloids and tentacles. Cheer for this story if you loved it. This cute story. I always love Fiona and John. They are so cute and always make me happy. So I'll start with a general thing. So I'm curious at what you guys think of the prompt use. Because personally, I honestly really liked it. I honestly liked the fact that you used the way English has changed as this lost in translation thing. Because, like, especially because translate has so many definitions, like I said, of like translate can mean moving from one place to another. I feel like going from this form of English to a new form of English works as translation. But as I chatted with some other people about this story, it seemed like that was not the general consensus. It seemed like other people didn't feel like it fit the prompt well enough. So I'm really curious what you guys in the chat right now, what your thoughts are. If you're like, yeah, I liked that use of the prompt, or you're like, doesn't really feel enough like a translation to me. It doesn't feel like it fits it quite enough. But regardless if it quite fulfills the prompt, I really like the idea. I liked that someone decided to use it to talk about the way language changes over time and how the same language can seem very different in even like a short amount of time. I really like this little bit here. Fiona grinned, her fangs sparkling up a bit in the candlelight. That is a really great way to show us very quickly, hey, she's a vampire. And not only that, it tells us that he thinks that she's beautiful, that those fangs are not being described in a, like, ugly way. They're not being described as, like, sharp and, bloody or scary or something like that. Like, they're sparkling in the candlelight. That's pretty. That makes her seem cute. And that is exactly how we as the readers are supposed to see her. And so I think that is a great introduction, a great introduction to the character. And I think that your setup too of like the power being out. I know you said that this was a sequel, and I meant to read the prequel and then I forgot. This sounds familiar, so I feel like I might have actually already read the prequel on stream, but I'm not quite sure. But regardless, it worked really well. Like, I did not feel like I needed the context for why they were in candlelight and stuff. I felt like it totally made sense and actually is a really neat setting. Like it was very vivid to me, very vivid, very intimate, very cute. I liked it a lot. It also reminded me a lot of, because I was playing Sucker for Love, it reminded me of Estier's arc, where you are doing the play, and you're kind of in low light a lot of the time. And I like this idea of, like, without the electricity, they talk, and, like, they kind of are just, like, role-playing, a bit of, or I don't even know if it goes that far as like, role-playing, but just, like, chatting in older English, and that's really cute. I like that a lot. Totally feels like something that naturally might happen in this situation. Like I said, like this idea of like, yeah, even in 100 years, a lot can change. And then slang's cute. I do feel like John's doesn't work as well for me as Fiona's do. Like, absolutely ducky and bee's knees, those totally sound like 1920s things to me, and things that we don't really say nowadays. But especially because John's aren't phrases, they're just words. And because baloney is something we say nowadays, there's a little dissonance there with John's examples that doesn't quite work as well for me. But maybe that's the point. Maybe it's just to show that he doesn't know it as well as she does. So my biggest question about this piece, and I don't know if it's, well, I'll talk about it. We can talk about it, but I guess it's a critique in the sense of that it took me out of the story, but it's not a critique in the sense that I could be wrong. I'm not an immortal vampire, and so I haven't experienced, this sort of thing, and so I'm no expert on this. But the thing that took me out of the story the most is that I hear people all the time, I'm glowing, people talking about how English kind of sucks. It's really hard to learn. It breaks all of its own rules and stuff like that. I don't know how much better it used to be, but I'd imagine that it's gotten worse over time. Like I said, I don't know for sure. I'm not an expert, but I'd imagine that it used to have more rules, and as time went by and slang, slang words become just normal words and stuff like that, that it keeps breaking its own rules and getting worse and worse. And so I would find it so much easier to believe that an immortal vampire would be like, English is not the best language. I'm not the biggest fan of English. Then I can believe that a vampire would be like, I like English. It's great. And I like it the way it is today better than before. Like I said, granted, I don't know. So, like, it's possible that an immortal vampire totally would say this, and because I don't know. But it's just from my personal experience of, like, hearing people trying to learn English and stuff like that. It seems more believable to me, personally, that she would say, we use it, it's fine, but it's not necessarily the best version of it, kind of thing. And I guess, like, the issue with it is that it makes me feel like I see the man behind the curtain thing. I usually say that, meaning, like, I feel like I see the author's influence, that I feel like I'm seeing the author saying that they like English, today, or maybe only know English today, as opposed to something that the actual character would be thinking, if that makes sense. As I keep saying. But it's not something that is easy to critique. It's not something I know definitively. It's just something I know that took me personally a bit out of the story, if that makes sense. And then another critique for this part here too. So it reads as very odd to me that he would call this out, especially because their whole conversation has been about how she's quite old. She has lived a long time. And so, like, her calling him a youngster, completely clear to me. Like, there's nothing about that seems strange. And he's the one that lives with her. And so, it seems odd to me that he'd be like, what? Why are you calling me a youngster? I'm an adult. And it's like, yeah, you're a lot younger than her, It seems quite clear that, like, this idea of, like, yeah, you're still young to me, seems pretty obvious, and so it kind of sticks out that he would say that, especially living with her and knowing her super well. And then I'm also curious what exactly this means here of, like, you're very mature for your age. That could be taken the wrong way, but I know how you mean it. A similar vibe to the other one, doesn't stick out as much, but similar to, like, why is this getting called out? And I can't tell if I know what he means by that or not, because it kind of seems like it's saying, like, that could be taken the wrong way because when you talk to a kid and you're like, oh, like, this kid is very mature for their age, it could just make him feel even younger. It can make him feel like, you're treating me like a child, kind of thing. And so you could say, like, that could be taken like, you think I'm a child, but I know that that's not what you mean. But that's kind of reiterated, if I'm interpreting it correctly, that's kind of what we just discussed, which already didn't really need to be discussed because it was pretty clear. And if that's not what it is, then, maybe it's on me, but it wasn't exactly clear. So a little bit of clunkiness in that part for me, personally. I really like the ending. Like, it's always nice because they seem like such a healthy couple, and so having somebody be like, hey, are you okay with this? Just checking in, make sure you're mentally doing okay. And I don't want to trouble you, I think is delightful. I really like it. And I love I love thou too, milady. That's so cute. I love that ending. Perfect callback, perfect circle. I don't know if it's meant to be lovist, but then again, from the beginning, we know that he doesn't quite know how to speak it, so we can forgive it. But very cute. Let us see what folks have been saying. Makokam responding to my question about the 5 minutes thing. Frieza from Dragon Ball Z saying the planet will explode in 5 minutes, and the planet still being there for 20 minute episodes later is a huge meme in the anime community. That's amazing. I don't think I know about that story. Poor Frieza's lover, but it sounds like it might be a horror story. Arith says, I felt like it worked well, the use of the prompt. It worked well enough in terms of engaging with translation, with how language can change with time. Very fair. I studied English as a language a little bit, though my focus was literature, and English has changed a lot over time. I got infusions of new loan words and rule changes due to intersections between English and other languages. Old Norse, medieval French, etc. So if the vampire is old enough, they might find English frustrating for all its changing. But I imagine it's roughly as rule-breaking now as it was in the past. It just depends on your point of view, I guess. Very fair, very fair. That is some good insight. I appreciate that. Reinkarnitor. Sometimes I'm afraid I use that phrase too much. Is it the fangs phrase? Well, I have not read all your stories, so maybe if you use it all the time, then maybe I would be saying that, but because I haven't read all your stories, I liked it. The prequel was last time's prompt. Basically, the lights went out back then. That's why there are candles everywhere in this one. Fair enough. Glad that came out right. Reason is exactly as he suspected. He does not know it as well. The 1920 stuff. Fair enough. Interesting. These knees is 1920s. Ducky is early 19th century. Gotcha. So I always get confused about the centuries. So does that mean 19th century? Is that 1800s then, or is that 2000s? I know it's not the same. It's not. It must be the 1800s, because 21st is the 2000s. Reinkarnitor. Me being originally German-speaking, I can tell you that German is way harder to learn for non-German speakers than English is to learn for non-English speakers. Oh, interesting. You have true insights. Nice. Wolf says, it's more like English existed and then it got smashed together with another language on 3 different occasions. Anglo-Saxon got hit with Latin, other Germanic languages, and French. There might be some Celtic Gaelic in there, too. Very fair. Reinkarnitor says, when I wrote it, that was meant to be a gag, kind of like a joke between them, because she always teases him for being younger, and he always teases her for that. But in hindsight, I could have left that part out. Gotcha. Okay, so it's actually not him being serious. It's him joking around with her. That works then. And in that case, it totally works. If it is obvious, he's just joking around with her. Totally works. To be honest, I think most of our problems come from French. Nice. Yeah, exactly. 19th century is 1800s. Gotcha. Alright. This was a great story. Reinkarnitor very much enjoyed it. As far as I know, we have not unlocked another one, so now it is time to announce the next prompt, but y'all already know what the next prompt is. So I am going to read to you the prompt intro / rules, especially because it's very important that you guys know the rules on this one. A lot of them, it is not important if you, oh, that looks interesting. It's not important if you read the prompt intro for many things. I keep getting jump scared by my own profile pic because I forgot that I changed it. And so I'm like, what is this? Oh, it's Sherlock. Oh, it's me. I chose that. I'll get used to it soon enough. But yeah, so it's really important that you guys know, like, how this one works. And it is too bad that I didn't do the stream last last Saturday as well, because I was hoping I could help answer questions. But if you guys have questions, you can still certainly ask them now. Okay. All right. Can you guys read that? Well, I can't make it bigger, but now I'll read it to you. All right. This week's prompt, 195, April Fool's / Easter Special. Redo a past prompt. So nice to see you again, perfectionists, revisionists, and repeat offenders. Whew, glad I got away from that eldritch lady. Now, let's... Oh, wait. Why am I back here? Rules and submission rules, example stories / formatting here in example. Make sure you read them. You may not be eligible if you don't. We like to do fun prompts for April Fools, so I decided to be extra fun this time. For this April Fools, and Easter I suppose, since it falls in the same week, you will be redoing a past prompt. What does this mean? This means going back to a prompt you have previously written and redoing it. You could take this in many different ways. First of all, you could edit a past story. Perhaps you want to see how your writing has improved over the years, so you go back to your loving eldritch parents entry and rewrite it to observe how your writing has improved and changed. Perhaps you were unhappy with a particular story. Maybe you didn't feel like you gave a piece your all. Maybe readers didn't understand something and you want to make it clear. Maybe you want to implement critiques you received and present a story anew. Next, you could write a new story for an old prompt, unrelated to your previous entry. Maybe for the glass sword, you previously wrote about a literal glass sword, but this time you want to write about a battleship in the stars made of glass. Maybe you wrote for one of your universes last time and want to use a different universe this time. Or, if you're like me, you write multiple options for many prompts. Perhaps you feel like you made the wrong choice one week and regret not posting a different option for a particular prompt. This is your chance to present that other option. Note, this is a redo, not a repost. You may edit a story from the past, but it needs to be noticeably changed. This prompt is not an excuse to simply repost something you posted a long time ago. Remember, redo a past prompt you've done before is not the same as do a past prompt you missed. For prompt 200, we will be doing a similar event, but instead you will be picking a prompt you missed, be it an early prompt you weren't here for, or a particular week you didn't write for. For this week's event / prompt, only choose from prompts that you have previously written for in the past. An author's note is required this week. This author's note should tell us which prompt you wrote for and why you chose it, if you're comfortable sharing why. Feel free to put this in spoilers so people can guess which prompt you used. If you have a particular reason you would not like to share what prompt you wrote for, please tell us why you don't want to share it in the author's note instead. Also, feel free to include a link to the previous story you wrote for a particular prompt, especially if you decided to edit a story. If this is your first time writing with us, first of all, welcome. Second of all, you can pick one of these, it's from Choose Your Own Prompt, instead. If you cannot decide and don't want to roll the dice for it, use Please Don't Make Me, as long as you have written for that prompt in the past. For supporters, you can still multi-post. You are free to multi-post for different prompts. Perhaps one story is for Swirling Ashes, but another is for Hoist the Sail. That's totally fine. Not only that, for this week only, I'm lifting the 2-story ban. You can multi-post up to 5 stories. Just make sure you put the Do Not Read tag in all but one of them, or they will all be disqualified. No challenge this week. This entire prompt is a challenge of its own. Little Moth, explain yourself. I already met you in the archive. Why are we here again? And then, kind of as I was just saying, I know not everyone reads these, which is fine most weeks, but you actually do need to read this one because it includes rules. Your story might end up getting deleted if you don't follow them. Please give a thumbs up to the prompt intro once you have read it. So this counts as reading it. So if any of you have not given it a thumbs up and just heard me read it, give it a thumbs up right now. And I will go check and see if there is anybody that I missed, because I think that I might have. Yeah, at least one person, I think. Yep. That is unfortunate. I really should have gotten to that sooner. All right. Okay. All right. form, and I've almost finished writing my answer to the midstream question, I think. At this point, I've gone off on such a tangent that maybe I should just send it to my therapist. Amazing. And Des said, how changed is noticeably changed? Like, I remember one entry where you only had big critique of one paragraph, but only doing that doesn't feel like enough to change. Yeah, probably not enough. I mean, if you're just like really dying to do that one, especially if it's one that you want to edit, but you're not interested in having me read on the stream, it's probably fine. But especially if it is something you want me to read on stream, then if it's one paragraph, not, I mean, I don't even know if that's, worth your time as well, right? Like that, because you could just do that on your own time. But the reason you'd want to do something for this prompt and share it is because you either want people to see how you've changed something or improved it, or just have people read a new story for an older prompt. And so it might be a waste of your own time to have people read something where it's barely changed, if that makes sense. So noticeably changed, like, quite simply means you can look at the two and you can very clearly see that, hey, there is a difference between the two. And so, yeah, like a paragraph being changed would count as that. It isn't a repost, but it doesn't really seem worth your time or my time to submit a new story when only a paragraph is changed, if that makes sense. Koi says, I had fun with this one too. My brain was completely empty, then I got a bolt of inspiration and vomited a bunch of words out. Very fair. Arith, that sounds unpleasant. Reinkarnitor, going to bed. Good night, Reinkarnitor. Let's see what, oh, here comes an ad. Let's see what you guys are saying in the stream chat. Do you guys have no ads? Do you guys have any other questions for this? Do you feel like you understand what's going on? Do you feel like you understand the prompt and stuff? Yeah, this is an interesting prompt and joke. It's not so much because it's like, it's not me saying ideas, but it is me saying ideas, like usual. But it's just like, yeah, like any of these things are totally fine. You can edit a story, you can post something new for an old prompt that you already did, you can go grab something else you wrote from an old prompt and do it now. What about new people? New people is choose your own prompt. So new people is So for new people, you pick one of these. You pick one of these prompts, and use it. Ads incoming, yes. That's awesome. I posted a story for a prompt from back before I double posted and had as a rough draft. I'm not sure. Oh, I see what you're saying. Fair enough. But anyways, yes. I hope you guys enjoy it. If you have any more questions, don't hesitate to ask me. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. If you're not read here on the stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. And well, I'm glad the tiredness hit now instead of while I was reading, but oh boy. Yes, so those usually happen at 5 p.m. Central Time. There's a lot more discussion in voice. They happen in the do. They happen, you can't see that. They happen over here in the writing group voice channel and the writing group chat. And you can submit to the backup queue. You can do that right now. It's first come, first serve as far as I know, and just follow the formatting you see in there, and you can be read with with other folks in the community. But yes, it is a great time. Join us or else you will be forgotten. Oh man, why does that feel worse than some of the more violent ones? But yes, so there's that. I hope you guys have a great week. I hope you enjoy writing for this prompt if you haven't already. Hope you have a good time. I will see you guys either next Saturday or hopefully before that. Hopefully I will do some like Hollow Knight and stuff.
Hi, kitty. Sneezy, sneezy. You want a kitty shot before we go? There he is, all curled up and cute.
Bella's also being cute. She's right. She's right here.
Bless the kitties.
All right. Yes.
Oh, sneeze. Yes.
Okay. I don't even know what to say for the redo one. That's hard. I guess I'll just say I hope to see you all again next Saturday. Goodbye. Oh, and I see a question from Decoy here. That's 5 p.m. Central Time. I don't know when that is for you. Hopefully somebody can use Hammer Time or something to help you out. But yes. Goodbye, everybody. I hope you have a good week.